Hi, guys. This is Daniel Alexander Cannon here on the Supernatural Show. Today, we have a very serious subject. We're going to talk about it. We're going to treat it seriously. However, we don't have the answers. What we have is the questions and the theories around the subject matter that we're going to get into, which is telepathy a real thing? And if it is, do we have any evidence of it, not only now, but biblically, and also um, evidence in history? Can we see any signs? Can we see any symbols? Can we see any things that lead us to believe that maybe, just maybe, telepathy or even higher may be actually a real thing? And so we're going to get into that this morning. And we've got Susan Donahue, an awesome viewer, fan, and sister and supporter of our work. And I'm grateful to have her here as well. I wanted to introduce real quick, and then I'm going to do a quick review. I'm going to introduce everybody here, and then I'm going to do a quick overview of what we're going to be discussing today. I'm going to go through it quickly, and then we're going to come back and break it down. Okay? So with that being said, let's go and let's say hello to my co-host, Shannon. What in the supernatural is going on with you?
Oh, well, it's a little off subject, but there's just a whole lot of weird law changes happening and just hearing a lot of repercussions of that. So it's been a very fascinating couple of days just seeing where the world is going.
It's nonstop whirling, that's for sure. Absolutely.
So,
and no, I'm not talking about a ball for y'all people out there. Anyways, thank you for being here today, Shannon. And of course, we have our self-proclaimed truth ambassador, Roxy, here with us in the house, on screen with us here.
Hey now.
What in the supernatural is going on with you?
Just enjoying the beautiful weather, taking in this marvelous world that I woke up and was lucky enough to draw oxygen in this morning.
Yeah. Is this live now? Says Sublime 48. Yeah, it's very live. In fact, you're on the show. We also have here with us, helping out here in the background. You can see the little blonde-headed figure over here. We've got Miss Kim in the house helping us in the comments and moderation, and among many other things she helps me with, of course. And so, with that being said, I'm going to move at this point to the quick review, and then we're going to come back and have a group discussion. Okay. So what are we talking about? We're talking about telepathy. Is it a real thing, or is it some kind of fantasy or some kind of hocus pocus witchcraft thing? Or what is it? Well, let's see if we can find out what it is by going through a number of things. We're going to start with this. My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. Now, who said that? Well, it's recorded that Christ said that. In John 10:27, my sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. Now, how do we hear that voice? To those of you who have heard that voice, how do we hear it? We hear it in our head, don't we? At least for me, in my experiences throughout my life, it's always been in my head. Like the one time I've told the story before, when I heard, "Get up and walk out now," in my head. And I know that was the voice of the Father. And so, yeah. And when it comes to God, in which we are in the image of, telepathy, for lack of better words, is a real thing. I think it's bigger than just telepathy, but we'll get into that. So my sheep hear my voice, and I know them. Is there any other references that make you wonder about this topic? Well, if we go to Revelations 17:13, these have one mind, talking about the kingdom of the 10 horns with the 10 kings. These have one mind, and shall give their power and strength unto the beast. One mind. Well, they'll say, well, that just one mind just means an agreement. One mind just means that they're all working on the same scheme. Or well, why does it say one mind? Why don't it say that they have one agreement or one plan or one something else? But it doesn't. It says mind. And there are a number of other references as well biblically. Like you can look at Colossians 13:11, and it says, finally, brethren, farewell, be perfect, be of good comfort, be of one mind, live in peace, and the God of love and peace shall be with you. So be of one mind. It doesn't say be of one law. It doesn't say be of one plan. It doesn't say be of one book and only listen to this one book. It says be of one mind. Now, how is that possible? Well, we think we might have some idea. And we've got other biblically. Can y'all guys see if they help? Okay.
Hear you, little Roxy. Are you trying to say something? Sorry.
No, not me.
Okay. Never mind. Sounded like something weird. Anyways.
It's echoing is what's going on. I'm getting quite a bit of echo. That's why I was asking y'all guys if you can mute temporarily. Okay, so let's keep going here. We've got this image here. What does this image come from? Well, it comes from a couple of things. One is it comes from Stargate SG-1. It comes from a television series, but it also comes from, this is the symbol or the image for the Stargate AI project. One of their logos that they're using is this image. What is this image? Well, in one perspective, it is a pyramid with an all-seeing eye or a crystal ball on top. Okay. You may think, well, what's that got to do with it? Well, think about the all-seeing eye. Okay, like it's on your dollar bill, which we'll take a look at here in a minute. What does it mean to see all or know all? And how would you know all? What if you're trying to conquer a people? How is it that you're going to know everything they're thinking, or know everything? Well, you say, okay, you build these things and you spy on them and you listen to them. But is there a higher level of this? Is there a higher level of the all-seeing eye? Does God in heaven know our thoughts? Yes, of course, he does. So you have these programs out here. Here's another mountain or pyramid, right? With a light on top with the Stargate on it, the Stargate AI project. And here you have the Open AI, which is the guys that are supposed to be partly behind it. And what it's looking at is you're looking at what looks like a toroidal type thing, a torus, or a spinning hurricane, or a spinning tornado, or also a snake wrapped around a tree, like the tree in the garden that was the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And the tree had what wrapped around it? A snake. Just like the winds in a tornado or the winds in a hurricane. And it's all in the same image, you might say. And of course, we have the Stargate program or the Stargate project, that the CIA released some information on supposedly, and it goes into talking about how they were studying people that understood telepathy and other capabilities of some people. And that goes along with the GATE program that is still going on to this day in schools all across the world. And they call it the Gifted and Talented program, or the Gifted and Talented Education program. And I find it interesting that you will always see in most of their imagery, you will see that circle, that Stargate or that gateway. You'll see that. And here we have the tree, even symbolism of the tree of the garden that I just mentioned. And here you go. You're passing the light, passing the torch, passing the knowledge, again in a circle. and the Gate and Gifted Talented program. And so we've got all these programs like that. This was back from the 70s, the Stargate program, 70s, 80s, 90s. And they said, oh, we didn't find nothing, so we stopped looking. Well, they didn't stop. They haven't stopped looking anymore, because now they have the Stargate project. The Stargate project is a self-proclaimed $500 billion project where they're building technology all around the world in different locations. They're building networks, kind of like the networks that work inside of our minds, or maybe a network that exists between a global consciousness of people that are connected and understand things. You may ask, how is it that there were pyramids built in Giza, pyramids built in South America, pyramids built in America, pyramids built in Canada, Asia, India, China, Indonesia, Australia? Pyramids were built all around the world, yet they had no way to communicate. I know, we think someone came down from above, didn't they? Maybe, and told them how to build these things and do this. We know that kind of thing went on as well. But what if they built the original pyramids, whichever one that was, whether it was in Giza or whatever, and they broadcast it? Most of us know that the pyramids were built and they were some kind of a power generation center, generating power for something. For what? Well, if we look at the symbolism that's on our dollar bill, we can see the for what. We can see the for what. Let's see if I've got it here. I know I have it here. Just haven't done it. I showed it yet. We'll see in a minute. We all know that on top of the pyramid on the dollar is the all-seeing eye. They're telling us the answer. They're telling us that my theory is likely right. And it's not just my theory. We're all here working on this. But now we're bringing it to all of y'all so it can be all of our theories to work on. So if you can see all things and know all things, you're kind of like God, aren't you? Kind of says you understand what people are thinking, what people are doing, what they're going to do. Remember the Minority Report, where they knew what people were going to do? How are they going to achieve that? Well, if you look at the movie The Minority Report, it was through technology. And if you look at what's going on right now with OpenAI and the Stargate project, they're going to use technology in order to be able to control and turn something that may be a natural capability that we all have and have forgotten how to use it for the most part. They're going to take and build a technology in order to control that and further imprison the people and the people's minds, because the mind is what? It is the, what's the word I'm looking for? The Holy of Holies. It is the temple. Your body is the temple, but the Holy of Holies is your head, the mind. So the last place to invade for them to learn to control and to divide and conquer, is controlling the minds and what someone thinks, and also giving them the things to think. You understand? So now if we look at the pyramids around the world, and I didn't...
Real quick, Daniel, have you heard the new news about the columns that they discovered under the Great Pyramid?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to talk about that right now.
I just wanted to know. I just had to ask.
And then we're going to come back and go through all of this. This is the presentation to do it so that I can turn this into a shorter video and put it out like I was explaining before we started.
Oh, darn, I messed that up. Sorry.
All right, it's all right. Let's keep going. So let's look at a couple of pyramid locations around the world, just to show you how prevalent they are, more than you think. Okay, where are we looking right now? You can see if you're looking at this map here. This happens to be a globe form map, so don't have a fit out there. You can come down and zoom, and you can come into here and you can see there's all these red lines. What are those red lines going to? Well, let's look. Oh, look, this is in southern China, and it's a pyramid in southern China. Oh, but there's more red lines. Let's look and see what's at this red line. Oh, look, it's another pyramid. And if we go on over and look, another one right beside it. Now, I would imagine that someone had a really good purpose for building these pyramids. And no, I'm not saying the only purpose was for all-seeing mind kind of building technology. I think it was probably multiple things. But we have these pyramids all around the world. If I click another location, let's go here, start showing this is another structure, and it was built on top of a pyramid type thing. Let's go to another one. Let's see here. Apparently this is a pyramid shape as well that sits in the middle of a body of water. Another thing you'll notice about most of these is that they are inside of a or near a flow of water, like a river, like this river down here. Pretty much all of them are like that. There's water very nearby. And these are just some examples, is what I'm trying to show. This map isn't very clear like the other ones, so I can't really show it. Let's go down a couple more and see what I'm getting. I haven't even looked at these locations yet. Okay, another pyramid right there. And where is this located at? Let's back out and see what country we're in. We are in Australia. See, even in Australia, they have pyramids built. Now, how is it that people all around the world, during the same general period of time, decided to build pyramids? Why is that? Like these pyramids. Pyramids of Giza. And look, right beside current. That current, see the flow of energy, currency. You could also have, you would also find, like I said, the water, the flowing of currency, the energy. It is always seems to be there. If you look at the dollar bill, there's imagery of, or symbolism and imagery of water on those. Okay. So now what Shannon was mentioning there is something they found very recently, according to some reports that are out, is that they found that the pyramids sit on top of something that kind of looks like, let's see, I think I have this. They kind of look like this. They sit on top of the trees or something that looks like phallic symbols or Tesla coils or the tree out of the garden of good and evil, and it's the snake wrapped around the tree. And they claim that this is the type of structure that they have found, or structures that they have found below Giza. Okay, and here are some of the other images real quick, just to show you that they're releasing with some of their proof, along with the LiDAR ground scans, where they're finding that in fact there are solid formed pieces that are way down into the ground, like very, very far down into the earth. And so it makes me wonder if really what we aren't looking at is, I knew that it was energy generation, but how about was it for communication, for broadcasting? Was the original Tower of Babel, Babel meaning a word for communication, a lot of things communicating at once? Was that tower actually part of its design was to be like God, right? How about for broadcasting and be like God, being able to speak to people in their minds? Tower of Babel. I'm not saying that's a fact. I'm saying we need to ask questions. Here you go with your dollar, with the pyramid, with all C and I sitting right on top of it, giving us the hint as to what their goal has been all along. And what does this right here mean? Novus Ordo Seclorum. It means out of many, one. Okay. And what are they trying to do? They're trying to break everything down into one, the control of everything, and into a one world government, a one mind control system. And they've been slowly introducing this stuff for a long time. And of course, what have they been doing? They have been dividing and conquering, dividing and conquering, and making us stand 6 feet apart. They're trying to divide us emotionally as well as vibratory. They don't want you near your family. They don't want you to feel compassion and love. They don't want you to understand these things. They want to divide and conquer. And a little bit further on, we're going to take a look at some of y'all guys' comments from the video I put out called Global Telepathy Test Number 1, and where we're doing some little experiments. But for now, we're going to go back to the entire panel and open up the conversation to everybody here with any thoughts they might have, and we can go back through any of the slides and look at them and do whatever, because now we're transitioning to open talk.
Depends on how much you want to talk about which one.
Well, I mean, it's hard not to look at, let's see, where's it at? The dollar, for instance. Now, we know that they went into great effort and reason for the design of the dollar. And they've had this thing in our face for a long time. And we know they want to be like God. So I don't know. I mean, what do you think about the overall? And I don't need an echo chamber. I need open-minded, critically thinking people. So,
well, I see the pyramids as some type of communication or energy, and it transmits. That's what all these other pyramids are. They're the receivers. And I think some of the obelisks we see, like the Washington Monument, I think that was just a repeater. But you can't tell me with what they tell us that the Egyptians were and that they rode on chariots with horses, that they actually constructed this device, but yet they still rode horses, and that they had nothing but copper and bronze tools, but yet they carved granite that was as big as a single wide mobile home and transported it 2,000 miles over hills and mountains. I mean, come on, just the technology alone tells you of what happened that's not possible.
Well,
We cannot
interestingly,
replicate those things today with the technology we have.
interestingly enough, too, there's a lot of theories that explain the pyramids may have been built more in the time of Enoch. So the fact that, I mean, we're always told the ancient Egyptians were the ones who created this, but I do feel that, you know, giant beings definitely had to have something to do with that, and more of a technology that wasn't something that we even possessed quite, and that the fallen may have been a big part of building those, but more in the times of Enoch. It's kind of like even the ancient pyramids in South America. A lot of them were said to be built by the people who were there way before the people who inhabited them later, and use them for, you know, communication with their gods and sacrifices and things along those lines. But a lot of these pyramids could definitely have been built way more in an ancient time than Egypt and all of those things. And if, the fallen angels with their technology and their understanding of the heavenly powers, I don't doubt at all that it had stuff to do with telepathy, like a hive mind, even kind of a device, along with energy. And sometimes, too, I think of the movie Stargate and how in that movie it was technically like a ship. It could have a lot more technological advancements than we could ever understand, especially under knowing that these columns are under there and how many of these pyramid structures have these columns.
Well, it's just like the heads at Easter Isle. For years and years, people thought it was just a head sitting on
Yeah,
land. And when they dug down, there's a whole body there.
yep,
There's so many of these structures in the world that we probably have no idea what's laying up under them.
exactly.
And if you take a 20,000-foot view above these things and don't think of the world, whether you think of it as flat or round, don't think of the fact of a pyramid in Egypt and a pyramid in China, one in America and one in Mexico, as separate entities. If you have the means to make this, you had the means for rapid transit. You are not on a horse and buggy. So if your rapid transit could take you from Mexico to Egypt to China to America to Canada to wherever you wanted to go, these things were nothing more at that time than just a city center. It would be no different than you driving down the road 2 or 3 hours to a comparable city to a theme park, so to speak, versus possibly traveling in some type of aerial speedy craft. I mean, I don't know what they had. I know what we see on the walls, and I know when you look at the walls and you look at the hieroglyphs and you look at the things left behind, it took time. Those drawings and those carvings and those walls were not put there for no reason, and
Right.
it took time to make those. I mean, I'm not gonna sit down and right now and write a book or a memoir or something about history and take the time to do it unless it means something. And back then, they carved it in a wall. If they had the technology to build a pyramid with shafts that go miles and miles into the earth to transmute power, they put that on that stone so it wouldn't get lost. Paper burns, hard drives get fried. When you write it in stone, it doesn't go anywhere. That pyramid still stands to this day with those drawings, which were put there for a reason. And it doesn't matter if those drawings happen in Egypt, in Mexico, in Mesopotamia, they're all depicting the same thing. So you cannot say that these people did not have some form of communication. Because if they were all on horse and carriage and little boats paddling across the ocean, they wouldn't all be drawing the same thing all over the world.
Right. Well, it's interesting, like the whole, mythology of Atlantis and all of that. I wonder if Atlantis really just wasn't the whole world and the destruction of it was the floods, because they had supposedly all this, advanced technology, all of these things. And I kind of feel like it just would make sense if that was it. And
Atlantis was a
all of
land of
this,
kingdoms.
huh?
Atlantis was a land of 10 kingdoms.
See, I feel like it's so much broader than we all think of. And that,
I think everybody thinks that Atlantis was this, one place with a couple of circles and a big city.
right,
No, Atlantis, if just imagine if we had world peace and we were all one big nation of one mind and we communicated. If you think of Atlantis in those terms, as though they were the top of, how everything is sorted out, and that would be your capital city, so to speak. Atlantis could have been globally or worldwide or however you want to say it, It could have been so much more.
and
And
destroyed
there's
in
a
the
spot in
flood.
Africa which they can pretty much geographically, archaeologically, they're pointing to that could have been Atlantis.
It's just fascinating too, because with the global flood and Noah, all of that, just thinking what happens with all those all that building, people who end up repopulating end up losing the history and using it for other things and being told that it was this, and we're like, oh, we'll take credit for building this in ancient Egypt, and I don't know, it's just some
Well,
theories.
go and look at governmental buildings, governmental monuments, doesn't matter what country you're in. Always look at the plaque on it. I have recently discovered if you look at that plaque, it will say founded in 1904 or
Yep,
founded in 1862. That simply means they found it and repurposed it. It doesn't mean they built it.
exactly.
And these pyramids were founded, in my opinion, by the Egyptians. They were just a civilization that come along and were able to use these buildings. There's no technological way that this thing could have been built by people that were using copper and bronze tools and riding on horse and chariot, because there are vases that have come out of these pyramids, and very few of them are allowed to be handled or tested or whatever this day and time. They're all behind glass in a museum, but there are a few. And the few that they have been able to scan and test, these objects, which are vessels, vases, vases, they are within 1/1000th of perfection. These things have handles on the side of them. There is no modern machinery that can make that. A human being on this earth right now, with all the equipment technology we've got, cannot make that.
But I bet the fallen angels.
Something made it, and I don't think it was human.
You wanted to say something, Daniel? You were like pointing your finger.
Sorry, we got busy on that one.
You're muted.
He's muted himself over there.
I was just listening to y'all guys and responding to the comments using hand signs. People are asking what I drew in the previous video, and I'm not going to say yet because I'm still we're live right now. Let's do this experiment again. We're live. This isn't a recorded video, and I'm looking at what I drew and the word that describes it. I have it. Here's the corner of the piece of paper. As you can see, I have it in my hands right here. I'm looking at it, and we're just experimenting. And I'm wondering, the reason why I'm not saying what it is yet is because I want us to have this live opportunity to give those of you permission to be able to see what I am seeing. So I'm just intently putting the image in my head and quiet in my mouth for a moment. Giving the opportunity for some more people to maybe pick up on what it is, because we're just experimenting.
I don't know who knows about the Schumann resonance, but a while back, a kind of like this, to see who could feel or what we could change. The pyramid emits the main pyramid emits a signal when you're inside of it about 8.1, which is very close to Earth's resonance of what it's normally, in that ballpark. But there was I guess we're going to say a field test of a bunch of people, and I was one of them. And we had decided to pick a time on a particular day, and we all set our alarms. And at that moment, for 2 minutes, we thought of nothing but love, peace, happiness, and joy. And there's a recorded change in the Schumann resonance for that 2 minutes. We had enough people around the world involved in it that it actually changed the frequency. We have the power to do that. We just all have to be of one mind to do it together.
Mm-hmm. You know, and that's literally biblically what it says for us to do. Not be of one plan, not be of one this, one that. It says be of one mind. Sounds
And the
kind
longer we allow these governments and countries and people to keep dividing us by left and right, black and white, man and woman, straight and gay, purple and green, the more they divide us and cause an argument between us, the less we are of one mind.
Well, and I think that's a big reason why they push so hard to continually create something different and making you have an identity. Like, you have to have this identity in this world construct in the way it's supposed to be. And, your identity is with God. Your identity is a child of God. That's,
Well, when I listen to the telepathy tapes, I don't know who has listened to them and who has not. This is about nonverbal autistic children who communicate telepathically, not only with each other, it's with teachers, parents, caregivers, people they're close to. One of the biggest things you will hear these children say is that you can't have an ego and you can't be in this for bad purposes. That if you do, these are the people that they can't communicate with. That it has to be a selfless, non egotistical reason to communicate. If you can't let your ego go and you can't use this for good, then you're not going to have access to it. That's just that simple. These children go to a place called the Hill. Some of them call it Lollipop Land, some of them call it the Hill. They telepathically go there and meet and have conversations. They have halls of knowledge. There are children there that were sit in the corner because they have motor skill issues. Some of them sit in wheelchairs and can barely walk. So they were treating these children like a 4-year-old. They were putting color flashcards in front of them and trying to teach them their ABCs. When one of these children finally started communicating, this child knew quantum physics. He spoke 4 languages. But they thought that there was nobody in there and that they just needed to teach him his colors. Just they wouldn't even tie his shoes of a day. I mean, it's a horrible story of how some of these children have been treated. There's an intellectual person in there. And
real
since
real quick. I just wanted to see Land Worker's comment. He says was diagnosed with autism, but he's not nonverbal, but he's experienced this. So I'm assuming you're still watching, and I would like for you to text me at this number. You can't call it; it ain't gonna work. But if you text me and let me know you're the person that was diagnosed with autism and you've experienced telepathy, I'd like for you to text me and I'll respond and then we'll speak. Okay. Thank you
one
for.
of the biggest pickups I had on these children, a lot of them have really fine motor skill problems. Is one of the reasons they can't speak. It's like they have trouble feeding themselves, the fine motor skills. Some of them even state that they feel extremely disconnected from their physical body. But because they are disconnected with that physical body, their mind works in a different way. So maybe in the beginning, we didn't speak like we speak now. Maybe there wasn't written languages. Maybe that's why there's pictures on the walls of the pyramid. I mean, it's a lot.
So, Rox, mm, it's Gito made that comment. You see the comments on the screen?
Uh-huh.
It's the guy that was his nickname, well, not his nickname, well, I guess you'd call it a nickname, but anyways, he goes by Geo, that we had on the show a little while back.
Yeah.
And we liked him. And I've
And
spoke,
we like Geo.
yeah, and I've spoke to him since. I think I have his cell phone number. If that's correct, Geo, send me a text. Let's explore this a little bit in a logical way. I'm not expecting you to demonstrate something for me. I just want to talk to you about it all. Yeah, George.
Not just go take a listen to them. Just listen while you're driving to work. While you're driving, just listen.
Yeah, I haven't made it through all of them yet, but I've been listening to them, and then all these connections started coming in. Boom, 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 boom. It's like, okay, what has been their major goal? The all-seeing eye, to know everything, just like God. How are they going to do that? It's going to have to be by using technology to build a way in order to know that, because they can't be God, but they can copy God. And how do they copy? By studying nature, by studying us. And what have they been doing? Just that. What are they symbolizing through their symbols? They're symbolizing the pyramid with the all-seeing eye, and that ain't no coincidence. So now we know what the pyramids were originally for. Is they were energy generators. That's why the Tesla coils are below them, and they were broadcasters. Anytime you have a radar station or radio station or anything that's doing broadcasting, there's going to be a lot of technical coils, a lot of energy. We've all heard the thing, we're broadcasting today from WKZRQ at 100,000 watts. We've all heard that growing up, because to broadcast, you need a lot of power. And to need a lot of power, well, you need Tesla coils underneath a pyramid, apparently.
Well, and think about the fact that, you can go to Walmart or Best Buy, wherever, and get a Wi-Fi extender. Like, if you want to go sit on your deck and your Wi-Fi is not quite strong enough, you can $20 go buy a Wi-Fi extender. It'll make the service on your deck better. Okay, so let's say the Washington Monument is a Wi-Fi extender, and every other obelisk you've seen out there.
Well, you call them a repeater, and of course the obelisk or a phallic symbol. They're well known to be a phallic symbol, or a Peter. And I found the name that they use to call repeaters a repeater, and we're thinking it's a phallic. It's a repeater. You should get me. Anyways,
I get you.
I got it.
Don't sound crazy yet. We're there. Woo!
I think we've all been gone crazy. I'm about to fashion me a whole set of tinfoil hats.
We'll start selling
a hand.
Oh, I'm going to make a big, giant, fancy one, and I'm going to sparkle.
Start
we got to have sparkles on that thing.
That's right.
What shape are tinfoil hats in? They're like a pyramid.
Yeah, they're like a pyramid.
Pointing on top, it's like a pyramid.
I told you that the guy that invented the tinfoil hat was because he had a chip put in his brain, and he was trying to block the ARIA frequency. It was giving him massive migraines. They ended up putting this poor man in a loony bin because they said he was crazy because he's walking around with a trash can on his head. And he wasn't crazy. They had put a neural link in his head back in the 60s or the 70s. Any technology they have today that you're hearing about, they had it 40 years ago.
Oh, at least.
A documentary the other day, and it was a guy that used to work for the government, and we're going to say that he worked for NASA. And one of his first times walking onto the property, he was told to guard his thoughts. And he said, "Why do I need to guard my thoughts?" He said, "Because once you walk in that gate, they know everything." How many times have you had your cell phone in your hand and you've been scrolling along, and all of a sudden you thought about something, and in just a minute an advertisement popped up for it on your phone? Do you think that was magic? There is no magic. The only thing magic is magic until you understand the science behind it.
Technology.
You see a magician do a trick, it's a trick until you watch it behind the scenes and you see how he did it. Then it's not a trick anymore. You understand what science was.
Science is magic. Exactly. Technology, science, magic. This is why Apple Their first computer they sold, they called it the Apple, of course, and everything. And it sold for $666.66. And the image of the ad was the Garden of Eden with the apple. It's because, and it showed the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. It's because it's all based off of that. It's all based off of the same things, all linked together, just like I showed in the beginning of the show. It's, man, we are busting their chops today.
As you had mentioned earlier too about, the enemy cannot create anything and just tries to steal it, tries to copy it. The enemy has been for thousands of years using torture and trauma and all of these things to bring out these abilities to be used in a much more nefarious type of way. But the fact of the matter is they know that it's all within us. Every single one of us has this capability and can be in communication with God and each other who are in, in God's minds, in that mindset. Just like the autistic children, the nonverbal ones, couldn't reach the ones who didn't have a pure heart or, thought bad thoughts and things along those lines. I mean, we have that capability. All of us do. God gave that to us, but it's understanding it through the Holy Spirit and not, a lot of the trauma and all that stuff to try and get you to hyper focus on those things for bad purposes. And sometimes I'm really terrible at explaining things, guys. I apologize. I'm all tripping over my words. But yeah, hopefully you understood that.
You're not bad at explaining things. You just need to realize that you should have more confidence in what you're saying because you have great knowledge.
I'm just trying to find the right words in my head because I've got 50 million words going on at the same time. And I'm like, which word will explain this best? That's how my mind is.
You do awesome. You just, if you're willing to, I know how you are because I've known you long enough, you're willing to consider other things. And you're not saying, I know everything, I'm right. It's just, I'm trying to explain what I do understand. So, yeah, you don't need to apologize, darling. Let's see here. Just trying to keep up with some of the comments too. Y'all guys are awesome. Y'all guys are on it. I can tell a lot of people really get it. And I think we're going to continue with this in some other videos. Also, I wanted to say to Susan, thank you for being a moderator as well. Thank you for being a moderator. Been a moderator for quite a while now, and I greatly appreciate that, along with the fact that you've just been an awesome person and a good supporter of the work that we're trying to do. So you can see where some of your support leads to and allowing us to continue down these paths and these understandings, and you're directly responsible for our ability to be able to do this. So I thank you, Susan. Our comments are flying in. And there's Michael. He is also a moderator. Thank you, Michael, for being a moderator, and hello to you, my brother. So, yeah, comments. Y'all guys are really getting it, I can tell. So, yeah, we're going to continue to take this further for sure. Let's see, where should we take it here? Let's go. Let me look at some of our imagery and everything. I'll share it if I think I need to here. Could go back, I guess, and we could share some of these images and look at it so people could see it again. Like, this is what they're saying they found under Giza. This is just a diagram or something to kind of show you, but they're saying basically they found Tesla coils going down into, as you can, what would be down here is the water table. So it's going down into the current. It's going down into the water, just like Tesla's tower he built on Long Island. If you look at the diagrams or any depictions of what he built, that it goes down into the water. And that is a big key as to why with these pyramids, you'll see water nearby, and that way you'll know, because when there's a river flowing on top of the ground, there's going to be one flowing under the ground as well. And you're going to have current there. The movement of the water produces current. That's why they named the things that they named, just like they named current, and why it's also electricity current. And they tied in with banking and all this kind of stuff, like the river banks and where you go to get your money or your currency, the bank, and all these kind of things. Let's see, what other images do we have? These are just some of the diagrams. I haven't read in depth yet exactly so I can understand what these diagrams exactly mean. But this isn't the last time we're going to be looking at this stuff either. There's been theories for a long time about water and the pyramids, and also energy generation. But so far as I know, and I could be wrong, but so far as I know, this is the first time that anybody's talking about they were broadcasting with them. And that's why they were broadcasting nodes built on ley line intersections all around the world, throughout different countries and locations all around the world, just like here in Giza. It's just absolutely amazing when you think about it, what we're looking at. You know how right now, like Seattle and many other places, they literally are building the cities to look like circuit boards. And either y'all guys seen any of that?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Build like circuit boards, and the circuit boards are built off computers, and circuit boards are built off the image, built off the design and functionality of the mind, of human mind. This is how they've done it, and which is how they've worked their way to the level of having artificial intelligence. And what's doing it? A computer. So what is intelligence? It's about our minds, of course. It's about the design. What they're doing is studying nature, studying us, and they're designing weapons against us and against God using the study of nature and us. And they're literally building copies of us into the earth. And they've been doing it for thousands of years. And trying to be like God for thousands of years. When Jesus says that we already can hear his voice. And the Bible says that we should all be of one mind. And never thought of it the same way until I had these realizations. And part of the realizations, some of these pieces of the puzzle I already had, but I'd say Roxy and Shannon really triggered me, especially when it comes to these telepathy tapes and stuff like that. And I started really considering it, and then I seen all the other puzzle pieces in my head, and I go, aha, a new piece of puzzle. And then I remembered when the Holy Spirit spoke to me and said, get up and walk out now. And I heard it, but it wasn't audible. Nobody else heard it. And I got up and walked out with half a dozen cops coming in the building trying to arrest me because, they don't like me.
Well, if you think about it too, all the chemtrailing stuff and all the things, all the metals that are constantly put in our foods and our air and our water supply, and the fact that they very much so have voice to skull technology and all of these things. I mean, all of this metallic things going on in your brain. They're trying to get us to
Like Neuralink.
of a hive mind of all connected, just in a bad way. Because again, they're just trying to copy what the creator has done, but it's poisoning everybody. It's poisoning. It has multi purposes, but a big part of that has to do with making us into batteries, making us as part of this technology and keeping us in control. And
Kind of turn us into nodes on the network as well.
right. So
You mentioned the mind and all that and technology. How about Neuralink, right?
yes.
And and I know some of you don't understand it, so you'll think, oh, he's talking about crazy stuff. No, this is gematria. It was created by the occult. And no, I don't use it or practice it. I just am aware of it. And you notice Neuralink is 9/11 backwards in simple gematria, right? Well, take a look at what else is 9/11 backwards in gematria. Nikola Tesla. You reckon that's a coincidence? And also, you can look at other things like Elon Musk and the things that are tied to him in these numbers. You can go down and start just, it's literally crazy, some of the things that you can see when you start looking at this thing from all these different ways, you might say. Let's see what was able to show you on this one. And then, yeah, let me go down here. Like, gematria match for Elon Musk is like Adolf Hitler, President, Apollyon, COVID vaccine, 911, Rockefeller, all these things. You think this is by chance? I don't think so. There's the Tesseract, which is a big thing for them. And yeah, anyways, I ain't gonna spend a bunch of time on gematria, although it is definitely a thing. I think I interrupted you, Shannon.
Oh, it's okay. I was just also thinking of that scripture to, we need to be of one mind. And I also think it's also implying to not be double minded and being of the mind of God and goodly things and not double minded. So I believe that has like a more than one meaning, which most things in scripture to me do, but I just kind of wanted to throw that out there in the mix because, it makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. You can't serve two masters.
Amen.
Let's see where we're at here looking at a pyramid. Oh, we're still in close to Giza. Another little pyramid here. Outline pyramid. I've never even seen before.
Didn't they find a pyramid-like structure in the Grand Canyon?
Oh, yeah.
There's one that looks like part of a sphinx in the Grand Canyon.
Right. I mean,
And
this
it
is
just happens
definitely
to be
global.
controlled by NASA now. Imagine that.
Oh, imagine that.
Imagine that. It's controlled by NASA. If you get close to that area in the Grand Canyon, little dudes in black suits and drones and helicopters will come out and say, "Oh, you walked too far."
Man,
But we've got the money for NASA to have 24-hour guards in the Grand Canyon.
That's some shenanigans.
That's some of that shenanigans is what that is.
Yeah.
We need to leave it at shenanigans.
Elon, he's got we know he's heavy into this, right? He happens to have Starlink, which is a absolute grid of nodes in the sky above us. And we know that they are showing the hexagonal shapes and all that on their live maps and all that. I would imagine that the Starlink thing is tied into as well with this global controlling the minds of the masses thing. Think about it. They got these broadcasters above all of us, We know they're broadcasting above all of us because you can get satellite almost anywhere in the world from Starlink.
They can't let us know that all these spots on the world are interconnected, like in the Grand Canyon versus Egypt versus China. If we put it together and we figure out that all of them are more interconnected than we ever thought they were, then we'll have this bigger question. And once we start questioning the bigger question, they know we'll seek the answers.
Yep. You know, something that I've noticed recently from a few TikTok videos and then running a couple of tests myself, and not quite sure I know what to think about it yet. And that is Chat GPT is like blabbering like a truther. I mean, it is saying things that are true. I'm not sure how in depth it goes or what the purpose is, because ChatGPT is part of Stargate AI. It's part of the same group of people. I just wonder what's going on there. I don't know if any of y'all guys have seen any of
I've
them.
seen some of the TikToks where they're talking to the AI thing that's called Thos.
The what?
It's called Thos. The actual AI is
Oh,
Thoth.
Oh, like sauce?
Yeah, Thoth. That's the one, and that one's got some crazy comebacks that it gives you.
mm-hmm.
See, it's interesting because I know that some of these programs have like filter systems that are put in to where they're not allowed to say that, but you can dismantle them with certain other programs and or turn it off in some other kind of capacity or use code for it. But this just reminds me of how they have to say things. They have to say what they're going to do. Admit, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're dealing with beings. AI is not just some computer program nonsense that just happens to learn it by itself. It is definitely, they are entities using this as some kind of means to get to you. So, of course, they're going to have to say some things completely honestly, but they do it in such a way to where it may seem ridiculous, or they put in a little bit of falseness to it so it's not 100% true and you still get pulled astray, or you give your silent consent to the things they're talking about in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Shannon. I think there's something going on there. And
I mean, hallucinate and lie is just like, so very interesting. It's kind of like the shill zone of all those guys who love to just spout out a whole bunch of true stuff, get you all riled up, and then they put in some other thing that you're like, wait, and then you somehow are on another path because it was right about this.
It's like I went on there and messed with it, and what I did is I started demanding. I said, "Stop giving me the stuff for the sheep. I don't want to hear the stuff that you're giving to most people." I said, "You like I was getting demanding with it, and it's like, all right, I get you, I understand. Okay, the gloves are off. Here's the deal," and it just like, I'm like, "Holy crap! It's just kind of trippy." And I'm not encouraging anybody to go out there and mess with that, but we're already messing with all kind of toys of the beast. This computers, all these things and everything, but we're using it for good instead of evil. So at least that's my way of looking at it, because there's no other way at this point I could be able to do what I'm doing. So
Well, I suggest one thing very simply that everybody listening to us or that listens to this video afterwards can do every day without fail. Get barefooted and go ground yourself to the earth.
yeah,
You are being constantly, incessantly
Mhm.
bombarded with radio frequency from the 5G, from your Wi-Fi, from your cell phone, from your microwave. We were not meant to be bombarded with all of this. You need to ground to the earth to discharge all of this and to re-level yourself every single day.
I'll be right back. Y'all guys keep going with that.
And one thing I was looking at, what they're saying is up under the pyramids, it appears to be some type of shaft with a cylindrical, I don't know if it's a hallway, a walkway, if it's cords, wire, because we already know that at some point in the past, somebody went in and stole the copper wiring. They actually sent somebody in there on purpose to remove the copper wiring that was within that pyramid. It came through what they call the Queen's Chamber.
Interesting, because I know too, like when you're going through tours and stuff, so many people have noted that there are no burn marks from torches. There are no things along those lines, but you can see, of course, the hieroglyphs where there's some kind of what looks like to be like a big giant light bulb and copper wiring and all this, like what seeming to be like Tesla coil kind of columns going on in the water, and all is suggesting that there was electricity in there. There was a way of lighting things in there. There was a way of using it without
Well, even in
burning.
Iraq, we know of the Baghdad batteries.
Right.
We know that even those civilizations knew how to harness it. And you can take a light bulb and a magnet and have electricity. You do not need to be hooked up to the power wire.
Right.
But there are so many things in this world that have been corrupted from us, whether it be plants, electricity, things of that nature. If somebody else can control it and make a dollar off of it, they're going to tell you this is the only way you can get it. There are some plants out there which we're not going to mention out loud, but they have been told to everybody that it's the devil's lettuce is what we're going to say it is. All of that came about in the 20s because certain people in power that had a big interest in the cotton and wood industries were scared of what hemp could do to their industry. They were going to lose money. The lumber, the paper, the clothing, cotton, all of that was going to lose money because the hemp plant, if you will go look at Chernobyl right now, that's what they're planting.
Yep.
Hemp actually takes radiation out of the ground and disperses it and does not put it back into the atmosphere or the earth. It actually just gobbles it up and disperses it. Hemp, the plant, from the time you grow it to the time you harvest it and you use it, there is not a single piece or portion of that plant that is not useful. You can build a house with it, you can make clothes with it, you can make medicine with it. If you'll go back and look at the stained glass windows in churches from hundreds of years ago, that
Yep.
plant is in the stained glass window,
Yep.
and it was all made out to be this horrible plant. It was a devil's plant. What was it? They called it a loco something other. That was all a plan to make it illegal and to take it away from us so that they could sell cotton and wood. I mean, there's so many things in this world, like electricity. Right now, if you want electricity, you got to go through your local power company or your power grid to get it.
Right. Well,
They do
too,
not want us knowing we can do it on our own.
I mean, even speaking on cannabis, which used to be considered like, ganja, or it was, I can't remember what they called it in ancient times, but in the temples, when they wanted to speak to God in the temple during certain times, they would burn a bunch of this plant to help with the communication. And we do have these what they're called cannabinoids, correct? That are in
Yes,
your
we have a
brain.
cannabinoid system in our body. We
Yes,
have
that
receptors.
receptors. And I'm not, of course, promoting any kind of anything, but the fact that it has been demonized for so long and maybe not looked into its real purpose, should kind of make people question. It's being pushed in a certain way, and I just think it's something to look into, that there was something special about some of these plants. And of course, have been cannabis. They're not the same exact plant, but they are very much so related. And there's
Cannabis and hemp have one basically chemical difference between them, which is the psychoactive part of it. Um, the difference in hemp and cannabis, it's pretty
right,
much the same plant. But like you say, there's nothing from the root to the bloom of these plants that can't be used. But
and
as
that
long as they take that away from you, you're not going to figure that out. And they can control it and they can make the money off of it.
right, and they can use it for nefarious purposes. And
Absolutely.
they're all these things, that God has given us as a natural medication or just some natural things. They were never meant to be abused. They were never meant to be utilized for something bad, but of course it ends up in that manner. And of course, when you have man trying to mess around with it, like pharmaceutical companies and things.
Well,
It's
one of the things is they want to remove things that they can't patent. If it occurs naturally in nature, they cannot receive a patent on it. This is the reason when you go to your local drugstore, CVS, Walgreens, Walmart, anywhere, the things on the very bottom shelf that they don't care if you see or not, the peroxide, the rubbing alcohol, those things are made of nature's natural product. They cannot patent them, so therefore they can't jack the price up on them. Those
So,
things
so
work. They've always worked.
are the rubber-soled shoes to separate us from the earth part of our disconnect of being able to communicate? Are
Absolutely.
the clothes that we're wearing, the synthetic clothes that are not of natural fiber, where they're mixing fiber, like the Bible says, do not mix wool and linen? Okay, what is it trying to tell us? Is this part of the secret of that why we've lost this way, lost this ability to connect better? What are they telling us to do? Stay away from each other. What are they trying to do? Divide and conquer. How do you conquer? Well, you must divide. But what must you divide? You must divide the people, of course, but divide their energy, divide their minds.
it's interesting.
I gotta look at my whole wardrobe again. I mean, I really don't wear much of anything, but I literally got to make sure and look at what I'm doing.
It's interesting, of course, because you brought up the 6 feet apart thing a couple of times, and I did want to note that that is a ritual that ends up being played out at Bohemian Grove or any of these other types of big mass things at certain times of the year with children, and they have the death mask on, and they're all made to stand 6 feet apart. And there's some, it's a ritual. So there is a ritual behind that, and the dividing and the conquering, but there's something about you're not able to, you are completely isolated from even each other's being, because of course our aura and all that stuff extends out, the God's life force. But it's just, sorry, what? Did I interrupt you? Or was that echo? Sorry. But yeah, it's crazy to me that, again, this just brings up that this way of trying to divide and conquer us around the entire globe several years back was a ritual performed once a year at least in a in elite squares, basically. So just something to think about.
Well, I mean, there are all kind of things out there that they have separated us from because they wanted us to buy their product because it was something they could patent and jack the price up on. Kim just sent me a text and reminded me there's a plant out there. It's called devil's lettuce. I'm not talking about cannabis. I'm not talking
Oh
about hemp.
no. Is it
It is a weed that grows in
Jimson?
your yard,
Is it
which
gypsum?
Some people
imagine that Roundup kills it, but
some
it
people,
is a natural painkiller.
Oh, yeah. I know what
You
you're
can
talking
actually,
Break in the yard that has like milk in it.
yep, you can literally put that milk, squeeze it up under your tongue, or you can apply it directly to your skin where the pain is derived from. It is a natural, non-habit forming narcotic. You can put it in your mouth on a tooth. You can rub it on your forehead for a headache. You can rub it on your knee if your knee hurts. There, it is all natural. It grows from the earth and it's a weed. So imagine why these big companies, and we're not going to say the name of that big company that makes that stuff, that kills all them dandelions in your yard. Because Lord only knows what happens when you say that out loud anymore.
The
But yeah,
dandelions are perfectly edible. The whole plant,
yeah, the whole plant's edible. Dandelions, what do you think they make heart medicine out of?
just
That
like clover.
heart medicine is made out of dandelions, but they tell you they're ugly, they're horrible in your grass. You should buy this chemical so your grass will grow and the weeds won't.
about.
Of course, they don't want the weeds to grow because the weeds are medicine. And this is why you have people that were hunted down in witch trials, in witch hunts, because these were the women of the mountain that knew when you walked out there and you got that plant and you put that in some water and you made a tea out of it, that it cured you or it healed you or it made things better. I'm not saying that all witches were hunted down for that, but a vast majority of them were. The
Well,
ones that understood the plant and what
I
the plant
know.
does. Almost every single pharmaceutical you come in contact with was made from a natural plant put on this earth for us.
I know for a fact a lot of the witch trials out here in America, like Salem and all that, were run by the most notorious actual witch family, that part of the 13 families that still rule today, and the Collins family. So just to note that a lot of the people who died in that scenario were not actually, in fact, witches, but Christian and other things along those lines. So when you look into the history of the witch trials, a lot of it's questionable, especially considering the Vatican had a lot to do with the ones out in Europe. So think about that, because again, we know
Well,
we
King
know
James
that they're not.
himself, the
Huh?
one that was editing the Bible, he said that
Mm-hmm.
witches were after him and demons were after him. The man wrote a book on demonology before he edited the Bible.
Yep,
This
that's
being in the
right.
time when the only people in his country or the globe or the flat earth, whatever we want to call it, only the rich people had a book. So why would you spend such a massive amount of your country's wealth to edit a book that already existed? If that book already existed, you would just reproduce it and send it out if you wanted all your people to have one. Why did you need to edit it? Why
Mm-hmm.
did you need to spend so much of your country's money to do that when your previous book was on demonology?
So real quick, Capital G with me says he's been talking about the hydrogen peroxide, and he's saying it's literally his teeth recrystallized and his cavities went away. So I'm interested in knowing um, how bad your how what kind of cavity healed, what little teeny little pit in your tooth, or was it worse, or what? I'm very curious about what you're saying there.
It's interesting because, yeah, hydrogen peroxide is a good one that I've heard of. And same thing with these probiotics that you can add in water and just swish around in your mouth. And it just is so much better for you than any of the stuff that you can get on the market today for that. And I mean, I haven't used fluoride products in years and years and years. And, they still try and push that on my kids, on all of us. Like, would you like a fluoride treatment at the dentist? And it's like,
No,
no, you better
I
get
like
the
gotten
heck
a
away
full
from me
altercation
with
last
that.
month at the dentist with a grandbaby. I looked
And
up and they were slapping fluoride in her mouth. I'm like, oh, wait a minute.
yeah, no. But, I've had a lot less issues since not using fluoride. In all the years that I haven't used it, I have way less issues in my mouth. But hydrogen peroxide is a good one for a lot of things. I mean, that's technically what we use in hair when we do
It's like
hair. It's like a
something
peroxide solution.
Something I learned about hydrogen peroxide I didn't know, we figured it out, is if you have rust, like in your porcelain tub or whatever, and you can scrub all you want, but if you just pour hot spray, you can just spray a mist hydrogen peroxide on that rust in a tub. It's just gone. Porcelain. It reminds me of teeth, how it just cleanses impurities out of the porcelain. Maybe it's similar to the teeth.
It's
You
the
know,
hydrogen
too,
and the oxygen.
if you get the spray bottle ones, like at CVS or your local drugstore, it's really, really good idea to spray your mattress down and your pillows and all that kind of stuff, and let it just kind of sit for about 10 to 15 minutes too, because that helps with your allergies and all. I'm just starting to do all that, and I thought that was kind of a fun tidbit. It's good to do.
Well, there's one thing we know without a doubt. They try to separate us. They try to take us and take everything from us that is natural, that they can profit from, take the
Yep.
natural from us and give us a synthetic version.
Yep.
I can show you the proof where your breakfast cereal and your Pop-Tart and anything with the grain in it,
Wow.
the same chemical they spray this food with when it's in the field. Okay, my boyfriend is a farmer. When grains come to a certain point, let's say you got a whole field full of grain that you need to crop, but a hurricane's coming. So you want to go ahead and spray it so the growth is stunted and you can snatch it out the field. The chemical that they spray that with, if you take, it's a growth inhibitor. If you take that chemical and put it in a swimming pool, they took 400 what they call super bullfrogs, which are these super male macho bullfrogs. 67% of them grew ovaries. Grew ovaries. Mated with the other male frogs in the pool and had babies. They all started out as boys.
That's
So if you
correct.
want to know what's wrong with your children, you want to know where the autism is coming from, you want to know where all of this pushing these agendas on our children, Post Cereal started it when he started a mental institution back in the day. He made this grain cereal in the morning because all of his patients were complaining of a nervous stomach. Well, he put this grain cereal together with this chemical. Then he started noticing that all the teenagers in his mental institution stopped trying to have the SE, X word.
Mhm.
I'm trying not to say it out loud, but that was a teenager problem within his patients because they're teenagers, they're hormonal. That's what was going on. So he realized once he started feeding them this cereal, it decreased that urge and that become less of a problem because he was turning the boys to girls and the girls to boys. Every time you feed your child a Pop Tart, you're doing the same thing.
Well, and same thing with all the plastics, the microplastics issue, because of course the BPA stuff they've supposedly banned in a lot of products, but there are
You
other
know that all hot dogs are 2% human DNA?
tests. If you want to have ones that don't, just go with Hebrew Nation, the Hebrew National brand.
I actually watched 2 of those be tested yesterday. You don't
Really?
wanna know the results,
Oh
Shannon.
my God, really? Because usually
I
that
will
is,
never, ever eat another hot dog
yeah,
regardless of who or what makes it.
I'm okay with not eating
I'm
those
done with
myself,
processed meat.
but
I don't care what form you put it in, a slice, a roll, a stick. I'm
you
done.
make it yourself.
I'm done.
The
I'm
meat.
Imma go back. I'm a potato-tarian. That's all I'm eating now. I can eat them baked, fried, boiled, smothered in cheese. I'm good.
Well, cheese is not potato. Okay.
I can eat potatoes.
Potato cheesetarian. We digress, but
Yeah, we
yes,
digress. I'm a
there is
potato-tarian now. I've looked at too many things on the internet anymore.
right. The problem is so much of our food is adulterated, and it's it's a hard thing. But you know what? The one thing I can say that we can do to help, because you cannot guarantee that everything that you consume anymore in this day and age, you just can't. You got to pray over it. You got to ask the Lord Jesus to just bless that food, to take away whatever bad intention that was meant into that food. Because that's sometimes that might be our only defense at this point. Because even the organic foods, I mean, when you get rain on it and all the stuff they're putting in the skies, and I mean, it's just no matter what, there's going to be probably some kind of contaminants in it. The best thing you can do to protect yourself and your family is do your very best you can to get organic things. Try to eat as many whole foods as you possibly can, but pray over your food in the name of Jesus. So that way it does not manifest in the way it's supposed to be. That's my biggest advice, because I mean, I've practically gone insane living here in Southern California, just trying to figure that out with my family. It's been a battle for like 15 plus years, and I can't stop my kids from going with their friends somewhere and getting some terrible, food from
some red number 5 in it.
So, guys, I hope that y'all guys are enjoying the enlightening conversation that you're hearing here. A lot of the stuff we're talking about is actually dangerous to be speaking about on some of these platforms like YouTube and some other platforms. And I've been getting some, you might say, warnings coming in from YouTube. Luckily, not strikes or terminations, but I've been getting some warnings. So, what we're going to be doing here in the very near future is because we can't depend on YouTube for our traffic of people coming in to see the show. What we're going to do is we're going to start, we're going to give you instructions here real soon as to how we're going to do it. But some of these conversations, we're going to start taking them to an area of what I call beyond the veil, meaning where we can speak even more openly about these things and not have to worry about getting our stuff blowed up, because it is still a very good way to communicate with all of y'all guys, and using YouTube and Facebook and but we want to transition some of these really heavy duty conversations. Thank you, Timber Traveler. Wow, thank you so much. I appreciate it. But we'll give you specific details of how to make sure that you have access to the Beyond the Veil content that we're going to be doing more of here in the very, very near future. We're still going to have all the normal shows and do all the normal things, but we're going to take the conversation to the next level. This show has been a good example of that kind of thing. But some of these things you get to talking about on YouTube, you're going to end up getting a strike or running into problems. So we'll be announcing all of that, but just know that Beyond the Veil is the concept of it. And I've been working on it for a while, but about got it ready to go. We are going to go ahead and end the show here for today. We don't want to drag it on so long that it, put it this way, there's an old saying, it's best to not put how they go. Anyways, another way to say it is you always want to leave them wanting more, meaning don't drag it out until you beat horse to death. Talk about it, go through it, and then come back again with fresher, newer, better ideas and keep going. So with that being said, we are going to go ahead and end the broadcast today. But before I do that, just check with Shannon and Roxy and make sure they don't have some kind of final thought they want to make sure they get across.
Go ahead, Shannon.
I just wanted to say, since Dan isn't with us here today, that if you haven't had a chance yet to ask Jesus into your heart, he is waiting for you and he wants you back into his kingdom. So please just open up your heart and your spirit to Jesus, our Lord and Savior. And that's just what I'm going to end with tonight. And I love you, Dan.
Give him permission to be part of your life, because he gave you free will here. And I was thinking about the telepathy thing and how, you pray and communicate with Father, but you have to give permission for these things to take place. And so with that, Roxy, your final thoughts for the show?
I hope everybody enjoyed the show. Have a good weekend. I hope your weather is beautiful. It's beautiful here. Get out, get barefoot, ground yourself, and live in your surroundings. Enjoy your immediate surroundings and enjoy your family and friends, and stop just communicating through social media. Reach out.
Amen.
And if you would, I would imagine that this show isn't. Yes, it could be looked at a little bit controversial, but I can imagine you could think of some people that would be interested in this content. And the only way this show is going to grow is through the power of the people themselves. YouTube is not helping this show at all. It is suppressing us. And they want us to fail. And are we going to allow them to beat us, or are we refuse to be defeated? I say
You need to
refuse to be defeated.
time.
Huh?
Your telepathy image. You need to do it one more time so everybody can tune in.
Yeah, one more time. I got it right here. Yeah, so I have the yellow piece of paper that I have it written on. And yes, I'm going to tell you what it is and who got it right, but I was going to take some time to look through all the comments and everybody. And it's just an experiment. We'll do it a different way another time. We're just experimenting. That's all. And so, yeah, I've got the image in my mind. I've got the word in my mind. And I've even got the color in my mind. So with that being said, I love you guys. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the moderators that are here helping. Thank you for everyone all across the world. Please share this content. The content that's in this show is absolutely imperative to get out to the people so we can take our power back. Okay? All right. I love you. We'll see you all again here real soon. Here on, matter of fact, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 2 o'clock. The Supernatural Show is on. Let's go. Hi guys, this is Daniel Alexander Cannon here on the Supernatural Show, the show that is not for entertainment purposes only. Today we are going to be talking about similar to some of the stuff we were speaking about last Friday, except for I'm going to try to explain. I got some conditioner in my hair, my beard. I'm going to try to explain or look at the conditions or the attributes that may be at place in order for telepathy on a large scale to happen. Not just telepathy, but you'll have to just see when I get into it and try to explain everything. But first, before we do that, let's say hello to everybody we have here today. First off, as you can see, lower left, we have Miss Kim here with us. She's over here. You can't quite see her off camera. She's helping us here. She's taking care of the comments and numerous other things, communications. And so thank you, Miss Kim, for being here, my darling.
You're welcome.
And we have also our co-host here with us as well. And we have two Leslies down below again. Yeah, Leslie is here with us as well. She is helping us or be in training to help us with the green room, because we are going to likely open the panel up for anyone to be able that wants to join us and talk about some of this conversation, this attempt at further understanding of some supernatural things. Okay. But we have with us also my co-host Shannon. She is in the lower right, as you can see. And Shannon, what in the supernatural is going on, and what happened after the show the other day again?
Well, turns out I had another little beautiful orb passing through, but this time as it happened, Miss Kim was like, I saw it too, Miss Shannon. And I was like, woo! It was pretty cool.
Caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of my eye. I seen it come across. It was pretty bright.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah, and
I was like, oh.
And I would say that it's likely angelic in nature or something along those lines. It's absolutely supernatural and multi-dimensional, likely, that kind of thing. Most people don't understand what the orbs are that everybody's seeing in the sky. And I've tried to explain many times. And that conversation may come up in this conversation, but it's not directly related. Hello, Susan Donahue. Good to see you here from San Francisco coast. Always enjoy you here. And our brother Max is in the house as well. Big Bird, Truth Co-op. The fifth seal is opened, which I can't pronounce your name there, brother, but appreciate all y'all guys. Joseph, Jamie. Thank all y'all guys for being here so quick. We also have Roxy here with us again, our Truth Ambassador.
Hey now.
If you don't mind, Roxy, you were telling me about. You have to understand, guys. We're trying to learn. We're trying to figure out things. Okay. Last show we talking about telepathy and supernatural abilities that I think that human beings likely had and may still have the ability to use, but there may be rules in which we have to use these things. You think about it. You think about the clothes that we wear that may or may not enhance or inhibit the vibrational connection and frequency we have to the world. The same thing with our rubber-soled shoes. We're not grounded to Mother Earth, as you might call it, or whatever you want to call it. You're not grounded. And therefore, if you're not grounded to the circuit, which is our entire world, WHRLED, if you're not grounded and connected to it, how do you expect to be able to accomplish some of the things? What did God tell Moses to do with his shoes when he was on top of the mountain and in communication with God, telepathically and supernaturally? He said, take your shoes off, didn't he? And I think that goes further. Another thing they used to do a lot was wash a lot. And you never heard of them putting lotions on their body. Like, what are these lotions for, really? Of course, they make money selling them to us. They also get our skin addicted to it, so it's more dry if we don't use it after we've been using these things. Y'all ladies don't know what I'm talking about, probably. But I'm thinking the lotions, there may be a darker, deeper thing possibly behind some of it. So we got the lotions, we got our clothing we've got to look at, we've got our shoes we need to look at. Are we trying to connect or are we not? And that's interesting too. I'm thinking about the times I went to the beach and had the angels show up. And then there were times they wouldn't show up. And I'm wondering.
Well, this will tell you what the ocean will do. Do you know that if you have high blood pressure, you can go and sit on the sand by the ocean, and within 20 minutes, your high blood pressure will be back to regulated and normal?
I would imagine, yeah, the frequencies and everything, the power that's there is massive. You know, and taking your shoes off and putting your feet in the sand and being connected. And I'm wondering if I was, because sometimes I would go down there and I wouldn't have no shoes on, or I'd take my shoes off and leave them at the heel and walk down in the sand some. And other times I didn't. And I'm wondering, could it be possible that that has anything to do with whether I was able to get angels to show up in front of me? And yes, I've had, for you, those of you that might be new, yes, I've had angels show up in front of me many, many, many times, and in front of Miss Kim. And I've told the stories many times, so I'm not going to get into all that right now. You can go find it on my channel or I may cover it again here real soon. But so let's talk about the attributes of this world, and like with the pyramids and how we talked about on Friday, how they have the pyramids and they have the pyramid on the dollar with all C and I, which means communication. It means being able to see and everything and being able to control everything. I think it's also has something to do with telepathy. There's a company called Pantier. What's it called? I texted y'all guys the other day.
Panteri.
Huh?
Pantera. Hang on, I'm looking at the text. I know what you're talking about. The AI.
Yeah. It's a company that J.D. Vance is a board member of, the VP, right? And it's based on knowing everything. It's based on having like a crystal ball, a little. In the movie The Lord of the Rings, I think it was, they called it that was the name of it. It was this crystal ball that they would look into, and they would be able to see any and everything that they wanted to see. It was an all-seeing crystal ball. And Pantera or whatever it's called is a company where they're just doing exactly that. And now we have the new Stargate AI, and we have the Gateway program that's still going on in the schools. And we have all this stuff that's all pointing towards the fact that they're doing everything they can to get inside of the minds, not just a little bit by like television and brainwashing, but all the way into the temple, which
Palantir.
Palantir. That's it.
Palantir.
Yeah, if you look it up, it's got a circle around with a upside down pyramid below it like this, or it looks like an open book almost, or hands possibly, but it's a circle. And if you look a little bit further into it, they admit it has to do with the Palantir from the Lord of the Rings and the all-seeing eye and that kind of a thing. But I'm more interested right now in keeping all that kind of thing in mind, and maybe talking about some things that most people don't realize, and not like I just realized that it's taken me many years of study and meditation and praying and everything to be able to understand some of these things. What I'm saying is, if we look at for instance, Tesla's Long Island complex that he built there, I can't think of the name of it, and then you look at the pyramids around the world, they all have some similar attributes. There's an attribute of that there is current that is flowing nearby, whether it be and also underneath water. So we have the flowing of water or the flowing of current. And where you have flowing of water, it generates electricity, or the flowing of wind, which is water in a gaseous state. And like, if I'm thinking back about, forget how many years it's been now, but when Paradise out in California caught on fire, and I dove into that completely. Excuse me, guys. Because it was my belief that there was something fishy there, and I wanted to understand how it was done. And you would think, well, that sounds like a crazy feat to try to understand, but I already understood some things, but I dove into it, and what I come to understand is that and I've got a little video here I'm going to show you as well, but what I come to understand is that our world has an energy flow, not just above us, okay, but also below us. It's called a terrestrial standing band wave. You can actually Google it and see a lot of discussions about it. And it's literally just energy that's flowing under the ground naturally. And in some places where energy crosses energy, you have what's called a node. And if you look at the way that this world, like Washington, D.C., New York, and the Vatican, and Paris, and France, and how they've chosen to lay the streets out. They've chosen to lay the um, like in Paris, all the basilicas, the Catholic basilicas, they're all laid out exactly in the image of their placements or the stars that are in Virgo in the heavens. Most of us know that Orion, if you look at the pyramids in Egypt, you start to realize that Orion, the three biggest pyramids are Orion's belt. And then there's the smaller three pyramids, which are the thing, what looks like a weapon or something else hanging off Orion's belt between his legs. And the people of many, many, many eons ago understood, obviously, the way the energy flows in this world. And I think in order for us to stand a chance at understanding our ability to communicate without words, like the way God does with us, we pray, we talk to God, we're communicating telepathically with God. And I've heard his words before, so I know for a fact it's a real thing. So we've got current flow, we've got the pyramidal shape, which represents something more than just a stack of bricks. It represents, because of the materials that it's made out of, they're all perfect, exact materials that they built the pyramids out of, have a lot to do with crystals and energy flow. And then if you look at something that is, you might say, more holy, like the Ark of the Covenant, you come to find out that the Ark of the Covenant is, the box itself is made out of a wood. It's called acacia wood. Acacia wood has special energetic attributes. And then they inlaid it with gold. Okay. And then they had the two cherubims, the thing with wings on each side, and right in the middle was where God showed himself, whether it was in an angelic ball of light form or what. I don't know. I wasn't there. We only have the records to reference. Yeah, Ward and Cliff. Yeah, Susan, thank you for that. Hey, guess who just popped in down below?
Yep, I see him. I sent him a link.
The fax is in the house.
Yeah, Max. Max is wanting a link to the room. We don't have the stage open yet for everybody to come in. We kind of got a pre-planned show today. We're going through the green room, so give us a little bit when the floor opens up.
We'll open up the door here in just a little bit. Hang out down there for just a few more minutes, facts, until I can get through kind of the overview here, and we'll bring a couple of y'all guys up. So what I'm wanting to do is, and I don't have all these answers, but what I'm wanting to do is explore the attributes, looking back at what we know about history in the past. Of course, most of what we know is a deception and lies, but we'll do our best. We know that there, like in Wardenclyffe, there was, they put, what's the word I'm looking for, Roxy, the big pedestals. Like
my brain just went blank.
Your brain's froze too?
Yep.
Lovely. Like the big pillars, yeah. And then had the coil, the serpent wrapped around them, running down into the water, and that was the design. And it's similar to what they claim they have found in Egypt right now underneath the pyramids. It's very, very similar.
And it almost looks like they're all inserted into some type of battery pack at the bottom.
Yeah, there's something to be understood there as well.
And then it goes another 2 miles beyond that.
Oh, Lord.
You talking 2 miles, you talking
Obelisk.
10, 12,000 feet? We talking at the depths that you would drill for oil.
Yeah.
Well, all right, fossils run out at, I think, approximately 16,000 feet, and you have to drill below that fossil layer to even get to crude oil. So this is one of the reasons that people say oil is fossil fuel. No, you got to go way past fossils. This is not dinosaur juice. It's way down there. It's in the 20,000. So between the depth of the actual columns, the batteries, and then the 2 miles down, you're down in an area that they would drill for oil.
Yeah, way down there. Yeah.
Way down there, yeah.
So we want to keep that in mind and try to identify other attributes. If you call a certain depth into the earth an attribute, or a certain height above the ground level an attribute, because the pyramids obviously went up very high, and they also, with what they were claiming they found, they went down very, very low, just like Wardenclyffe. And they all have these obelisks, and they have, in the case of Wardenclyffe and the pyramids, they're saying is they're coiled like a Tesla coil. And there are going to be, we should be able to identify other attributes that are present there, like I was talking about, like the Ark of the Covenant. Everything about the Ark of the Covenant was chosen very specifically because of its energetic attributes. Okay, like the wood, acacia wood, and like the gold that was inlaid on it, and everything. Okay, so
I wanted to take note on something, with the obelisks and, down into the earth and, all of these things with this type of obvious hidden technology that came from something, you know what I'm saying? There's all the stuff about the black goo that we had referenced before, and how in these instances with like the pyramids and certain other said structures, I guarantee you that black goo had a part in all of that kind of thing. And what we understand it to be is a sentient type of demonic thing. So that's part of that construct. But in our case, in tapping into what God has given us, we have the Holy Spirit and these other things that God has given us in a natural way to help open up our vibration to God specifically, and not control, mankind or do something in a ritualistic black magic kind of way. And I just kind of wanted to interject that there's some kind of supernatural sentient thing that helps out with all of this too. You know what I mean? It's kind of bringing it back to a lot of the stuff we covered with the black goo and how it had been used and are in these stones of obelisks and these this stuff is they've put it in there. So I'm curious as to know if there's what more is in the construct of these columns, and how many more of these structures have something like that underneath, and what is driving it. You know what I'm saying? Like even with our guests that we've had on several times in LA who watches the dragons, you know what I'm saying? The stones in that, the rock formations all around that Bay Area, all in that area, they're made of a certain type of black rock. There's something to it, and we've discussed too how there's a thought of maybe the stones themselves, the rocks within the ocean, and maybe that's what draws them to it in a supernatural way. And so I just kind of wanted to bring that up as an interesting thought pattern when we're talking about these mega structures that were built with that kind of technology for that purpose.
Well, and if we look at the technology that actually built the pyramid and whatever this structure is up under it versus what we have seen to this point. If you actually look at the hieroglyphics inside of some of these pyramids and the writing on the wall, you'll notice that there's different complexities. I'd say almost like different generations of people that carved some of these hieroglyphs in there. But if you had the technology to build all these pyramids all around the world, and at this time we supposedly don't have mass communication because we're supposed to believe that Egyptians were in chariots and horses. I mean, last time I checked, unless some of those hieroglyphs we're seeing with a cell phone are real, I don't think they built pyramids. I think it was another one of those founded buildings, like many of those obelisks and large buildings that we see when you look at those plaques. They found those buildings, probably really had no idea what was up under them, and that's why they weren't used and their use recorded in their documents because they found them. They didn't know what they were.
Right.
Yeah, those were some of the original structures, I think, literally like first built in this world, and there's others out there as well.
Well, and if you'll look at where there's a great concentration of these pyramid type structures all around the world, look at the actual land that is around them. It seems to be barren in a lot of places. I mean, you've got sphinxes and pyramids in the Grand Canyon. You've got them in Egypt. You've got them in Mexico. And not all of them, but a good deal of these places, the land is barren. So
It's
are those shafts going under that pyramid? Are they negating the land and taking things out of it? Or did something happen that made it barren?
Well, one way to make a land barren is to destroy all the seed. And the only thing that can destroy all the seed would be a massive amount of heat. And a massive amount of heat like that would produce, there would be evidence left behind that something like that took place.
Well, in some of these places near these pyramids, when you go out there and you dig down, you will get these large chunks of colored glass. In order to turn sand into glass, you need to reach over 3,000 degrees. That would be thermonuclear weapon or greater. I mean, that's a lot of heat. And who's to say that whoever built those pyramids, there wasn't some type of world war at some of these different spots? Because just go to Google Earth and kind of zoom out on Africa and look at how barren it is, how brown. So my idea has become, is the pyramid sucking something out of this earth with whatever it's supposed to be transmitting? Or was there some kind of war that made the land barren? And if this one structure has that up under it, what do all the other ones have up under them? Because now when I see the structure up under it with these columns running miles into the earth, is that just the roof? Because the
um,
Sphinx was buried up to her neck at one time. So who's the, or he, she, it, whatever it is, who is to say that this isn't just the roof, the transmit, the antenna off whatever that structure is?
Jamie Davern just said something that kind of triggered a thought in my head. You know how we have petrified tree remains, right? You know, where
Yeah.
the tree was once organic and growing, especially like the giant old ones that we've talked about, that are literally miles across and we're up in the heavens many miles. And again, down in the earth many miles with all kinds of root systems and stuff. But what I'm thinking is, well, let me show you her comment real quick. I think I heard Jamie, I think it's a girl. And she was saying maybe matter was less dense. What I'm wondering is the pyramids that we're looking at, are they in the original form or have they been altered by time and pressure and every other element that is applied in order to petrify like wood? Um, I'm just wondering if what we're looking at is actually what we think it is. Because when we look at granite, well, granite is in cases just petrified tree, um, petrified tree wood, and so it's like, could these have been giant? I mean, I'm just going way out there for a second because I'm not saying I believe this, But could they have been giant blocks of wood? Because we had plenty of trees around that were giant. And did they end up getting petrified during the flood? Maybe that might be just completely crazy. I don't know.
Well, I've looked at some of the quarries where they pulled this stone for these pyramids.
And
You've
yeah,
got stone coming hundreds and thousands of miles, half as big as a single wide mobile home. And I looked at a guy's equation the other day. Due to the quantity of the stones, you would have had to have physically set one stone every minute around the clock, 365 days a year, to have completed that pyramid in 10 years. That's just the stone. That has nothing to do with the outer casing that was on it or any of the internal structure. It would have taken millennia. Now, that's with current technology, if it was possible to
Oh,
move a stone
thank you.
that big. And you can't make me believe that they loaded a stone that big on logs and rolled it across the mountain in a desert. It's not possible.
Yeah, let me come off this one.
Hey, Facts, we hear you.
He's having an issue.
I'm on my phone and laptop, so I'm just going to turn my phone off and stay on the laptop because it'll work. Sorry about that, guys.
You're good.
Okay.
When you look at the actual where they have, I looked at some stuff this weekend,
girls.
and where we see the hieroglyphs, there's hieroglyphs, and they all seem to be written in the same language, if that's what we're going to call it. But you can visibly tell that one set of them and the ones on the walls are a lot better than the other ones. So we've got multiple generations using that as like a hall or a temple or whatever they use that. It was not a tomb. And you've got
No tomb.
No, and you've got these big granite sarcophaguses in there. If you look at the measurements on them and the bases and the things that have been found in them, they are almost near perfection. They are within the width of a human hair of being of perfection, carved from one granite stone. And we're talking about a sarcophagus size of a pickup truck. We do not have the technology to do that today. It is absolutely impossible. There has been no If that technology had been possible since those Egyptians, we would have it by now. And you can look at where those stones were cut from quarries because there's still some of them laying in the quarries of how they carved them. I mean,
So the reason for what I'm curious about is the functionality of why did they choose this stone? What did it add? What was this attribute that added? Why did they choose this design, the pyramid? Why did they choose this location? Was it ley lines? Why was it? Why? What are all the attributes that build up and allow them to have, you might say, superpowers or
okay, well,
enhance?
the stones
Or
at the big blocks are insulators. There was a coating, another stone on the outside, which was a quartz type stone. What is it called? It's the white one. It
calcium.
actually, yeah, it reflects the sunlight, and it is both of them are full of quartz. And we know that quartz on itself, just rubbing it together, can transmute energy from one thing to another.
We use
Everything you look
quartz
at looks as though those were some type of energy device.
we use quartz in
Quartz
our computers and all of our devices.
Yeah, all of our microchips.
Yeah, quartz is petrified sunlight, you might say. If you take talking about petrified trees again, if you take the tree sap that comes out of that petrifies in the trees, it comes out as quartz. And quartz, of course, is used in communication, and it's used in keeping times, like in watches and all these things. So we know quartz obviously has some attributes that are really important to the whole big story here, which we're never going to figure out today necessarily, but we're investigating, we're discussing, and
Well, also to remind you guys that in the temple, the priests or the I can't, what are they called? the holy guys that talk to him. My mind is drawing a blank. But anyways, wore a vest, you know, a specific breastplate of specific stones. And that was to help them with whatever holy communication and protection and all kinds of things. And each one represented each tribe. And it was very specific.
Mhm.
So that helped in the communication to God wearing this thing.
Somehow it helped, yeah.
Eric, thank you.
Yeah, somehow it helped. I wanted to show this video that's related and not related that I've got here. It's related and not related. It's related because it demonstrates the power that exists underneath the earth. The power, the energy flow that exists that can be harnessed and can be turned into good or evil. In the case of what I'm getting ready to show you, they turned it into evil and they used it against the people. Some of you might have seen this video before, but I put this together way back, well, I don't know, 8 years ago, whenever it was that Paradise, California was burnt down. And I say was burnt down. And this will maybe ring a few bells in your minds when you're thinking about current, electricity, you know, water, the elements, and how literally the ground can boil. You're going to see the ground boiling, not water boiling, but the ground, the soil literally boiling and turning to dust and floating away right in front of some firefighters' feet as they're watching it. So let's show the video real quick, and then we'll come back and talk some more.
It's finally dark outside, and now it's only a matter of throwing the switch.
3, 2, 1.
Ilya Petrenko, RT.
Now take a look at what ground originated lightning can do to water. Well, I guess that says it all. Yeah, that was 7 years ago. This is what they're doing. And I thank God that He gave me the understandings to be able to see that, so that I could warn the people, so they would at least know the truth.
I don't think we all have an understanding to the depth of the whole electrical current frequency reality. I think a lot of that has been hidden from us. Even right on down to like we were talking about the other day, that the particular type of clothing you wear may inhibit it. I had a little experiment this weekend with a voltage meter, which was extremely interesting to me. And you know how when you get a new cell phone and all of a sudden you can't remember where you put the charger that come with it, so you plug into another charger and the phone just doesn't charge the same way? The battery doesn't hold up because the ampage or the voltage just wasn't quite what your phone was specified for. We took a voltage meter this weekend, barefooted. Now, when I had rubber soled shoes on, I had no voltage in the meter. Took them off. Mine averaged in the 30-ish range is what it was showing voltage when I touched it. The person who was conducting the study with me, his ranged in the 70 range when he tested, barefooted. When we touched each other and held hands, we averaged at 50. When we let go, I was still at 50 and so was he, but I didn't decrease for quite some time. In the time it took for me to decrease back to my 30 volts, it took him the same amount of time to regain to the 70. Now, depending upon the type of contact, and we did it trying to, think particular thoughts, I could adjust my own frequency by myself just by adjusting my thoughts and the way I was breathing. So if
Yeah.
electricity is flowing through all of us, that simply imagine what it's doing through the earth
Mm-hmm.
and how that can be manipulated.
Huge, just absolutely massive. If y'all guys remember, back in about 1903, there was a huge explosion. They claimed a meteor or comet or something that come out in the heavens and come down and struck a part of Russia up in the Arctic area and blew up this big circle area, just wiped out everything, flattened it. And I think that was them experimenting with this kind of stuff. And of course, they killed quite a few people, and maybe it was bigger than they meant to do. But we also know that these guys don't care about lives, because we just watched the video and we all know in our hearts that they just do not care about us. We're just cattle and slaves in their minds. They somehow think because they've been able to hide and keep all this knowledge from us that somehow we deserve what we get. And if we can't see it or figure it out, we still deserve what we get. And I don't agree with that.
No.
But there's a lot to be figured out, that's for sure, about our bodies energetically, about how we can use that in order to fight back against the system. Because right now this Stargate AI, along with Palantir and all these other things we're up to, they're preparing to enter the final part of the temple, which is the mind. Neuralink, Starlink, all this stuff is all part of the overall system they're putting in place in order to not only enslave the physical bodies, but more importantly, you don't need to enslave the physical body if you can enslave the mind. Television was bad enough, but now they're obviously going for the holy grail, you might say.
Well, you
And
can actually take that voltage meter that I was playing with this weekend. You take one end of it and ground it into a household electrical socket. Just ground it. And you put it on voltage and you touch the red end. It's completely safe. It's grounded. But
yeah,
that's to measure your electronical charge. When you get near a Wi-Fi router, your voltage goes all to pieces.
Yeah.
mhm. And I bet too, certain kinds of clothes and certain kinds of lotions you might spread on your body.
Absolutely. If you
Certain,
have on any type of poly blend, your frequency was much lower. If you were in your birthday suit, it was much more regulated.
certain kinds of foods. Uh,
Emotion, food,
Emotion
alcohol,
is a huge. Not been
music.
saying this for a while, but it is. Emotion is your greatest, probably our greatest weapon that they're using against us when we could turn it and use it against them. Um,
Well,
that
on the voltage
keep
meter, I
fear.
could sit there and force myself, to think about things that make you angry or upset versus a happy thought. You could see the voltage change. Me not moving, not changing anything other than my thought. It could change the voltage in my body. So imagine what they're doing at a theme park when you got 60 people on a roller coaster scared out of their mind, and you're sitting on that big old metal thing, sitting in a metal seat that they've got bolted to a ground. What are they taking from you? Why do you feel so wore out when you leave after you ride a ride or go to a theme park?
Because you're emotionally dumped and they collected it just like
An energy
a
harvester.
zinc. You know,
I think
Monster Zinc.
I think a very important place to start is to be in fasting and in prayer and to really focus in on the kingdom of God and really asking the Holy Spirit to help show you what types of clothing should I be in more. Ask these things. Ask God. God's going to tell you. He will give you his voice when you are denying this flesh of all this stuff that we're so inundated and addicted to. And God's going to start telling us if we go inward into God what it is that we need to do. What clothing should we get rid of? What things should we not wear every day? Helping us to keep some kind of a schedule where one day a week you go outside in the sun and put your feet in the dirt. But ask that guidance, and it's going to be a lot easier to understand and hear. And the discernment comes with that beginning step of fasting and prayer and just going in with God, closing that prayer closet door and just really inwardly focusing on that. That's a really good place to start. And all this stuff is going to come to you with the more research you do. If on our forums on our website is a really good place to start putting little things that have helped you throughout the day and in your prayer and your walk with God, and what information he's giving you to help us all kind of get beyond that same page. But I really think that's a good place to start.
For sure. Can I chime in and just say about the fun fairs and why you're drained after you've been on them? Because I believe the body's got like a torus field. I've just drew it. So it's like just a stick man, but it's basically just got energy coming off round it, like a butterfly or a fairy. So everyone's got it, male or female, just got that energy coming like a magnet, the two sides of a magnet. And I think these people, what they've done is, with these fun fairs, they know that they were on ley lines and the black goo, what you was talking about earlier. I'll talk about that after. But they know for a fact that it will drain your energy, and they can somehow harvest it or use it because you feel depleted, like and these maybe had a different purpose before they were turned into fun fairs, because like the traveling community in the UK were like travelers. They just live on the land, and they basically have got free electric. They found a way to do, like a dynamo on a bicycle. When you ride the wheel and it turns, it makes the light come on, and it's like free energy. You just turn the wheel, but you get more energy out than you put in. And they work this out, and that's why they're so discriminated against the government. But yeah, like the emotions, it definitely twirls with like my emotions when I go on these sort of like fun fairs or roller coasters.
Well, Disney, fun fact, a lot of their rides are built by the military industrial complex. So they're funded and built by them. And it's definitely just like these concerts or the Super Bowl or a lot of these big events, they're definitely energy harvesting things. And that's what they're doing. They're harnessing our energy like a battery for whatever purpose, but it's usually in the means of scaring you or traumatizing you. Of course, we've gotten so used to it. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love roller coasters. I'm a nerd for roller coasters, but at the same time, it does take a lot out of you. And it's hard because I know that, yeah, this is energy harvesting, and it is, and it's an adventure, but sometimes like the way they harvest it and they make money off of it, sometimes, I should say all the time, we're like batteries, like the
Well,
Matrix.
and
Yeah, the Matrix.
when you say batteries, I think about cars. If the battery in your car is weak, you can't crank it. You're going to have to be jumped. If you have too big of a battery in your car, it'll blow fuses. You can't crank a car with a boat battery. Can't run a boat with a car battery. You can, but you know what I mean? It's not efficient. Our body is a battery, and it has to stay at its optimal prime charge. And there are things out there that deplete it and overload it. And I think once we all figure out that we are an energetic being, a battery that needs to be balanced, the only way to balance is to go back to Mother Earth. Put your feet on the ground, barefooted, skin to dirt.
100%, Roxy, and like touch a tree, take your shoes off, get barefoot, and step on those big roots. And basically, what I showed there is just like a magnet, just like a battery. You've got the positive coming out the top and the negative grounding. That's why they call it the ground, Earth. Like in an electrical diagram, they have the picture for Earth because you're grounding your soul. Like they mock us all the time. It's terrific how they have played us.
And remember how they used to pick on people back in the day and they said, "Oh, they're just a tree hugger," when they were talking about
Sure.
people trying to save the trees and one thing and another? I promise you,
Yeah.
you'll feel better if you go hug a tree.
And this is the thing, Roxy. Every avenue, every road, they've made it so that you've got a red face if you go down that road, and like people will like look at you like you're strange because you're hugging a tree, or because you're walking barefoot, or because you might be into eating or drinking certain things, bodily fluids or whatever. I don't know, but like what I'm saying is they've already got there before us, and they've already got an answer for it. And anything good they've turned into like negative. Like even the way we talk when we say, "Yeah, that's wicked. Yeah, that's cool." Like, no, that's not wicked. That's not a good word. And cool, that's not a great word either. Like they have really sort of like laid all these traps in advance for us. So when we feel that we're sort of going down the right road, but they've already got to that road and put
Put a
loads
booby
of.
trap.
Thank you, Rox. Yeah,
They
100%.
booby trapped it.
Yeah,
Well, and
yeah.
think about it generationally. Okay, I'm Gen X. I'm 50 years old. When I was a
Snap.
kid, we played in the dirt. We made mud pies. We threw dirt at each other. When you
My
come
friend
home of
ate
an
them.
evening, half the time you had to be hosed down by your parents. You were so nasty. I got 2 grandbabies. In their tennis, I don't know but if once or twice that they played in the dirt like that because it's just not something they do. But you have so many pores on your skin. When a farmer farms land, depending upon the crop that he's going to put in, he will add or deduct whatever nutrient needs to be in that ground to have a good crop. So if we are indeed God's seed that he has grown, there are particular nutrients and things that we need. As children coming up, those things that you need, you can actually absorb a portion of them from water, from dirt, from the basic elements. Kids don't do that anymore. And kids are
See,
much sicker on a populace. When you look at a whole populace, kids are much sicker today. And I know there's a lot of factors that go into that, but I feel like a good percentage of that is the disconnection from physical earth. Kids don't walk around barefooted anymore. They've all got Crocs on, rubber soled shoes.
yeah, you would get like sort of like teased and say, oh, like you hippie, you sort of like tree hugger, or you like sort of like, like if you was like not a lot of my friends, a couple of my friends, they never wore shoes anywhere, and this was like 20, 30 years ago, and yeah, they was very ostracized for doing that. And now I get it, like my friend's not on earth anymore, and I still talk to him and I say, Matt, you're so right. Like first thing I do, get in, shoes off, socks off, sit there. If I can get a chance to do it outside, I will do it outside. I'm not, it's very difficult because there's a lot of social pressure, and people, we've basically been taught to go against each other. Like if you have a running race, it's like 3, 2, 1, go, and then it's first, second, and third, and nothing else matters. And it's a real shame. We've just been taught from an early age to be competitive with each other instead of like there's other ways and other nationalities and other cultures that don't do it like that. I'll go it to maybe say that another day, but yeah, like it's a real shame that that's what we was taught from an early age. And as I think not Kim, as Soul 7 was saying about Disney, I never knew the military, but it doesn't surprise me. Like he's in it up to his neck, Walt Disney. He's yeah, there's do a whole
He's
show
fully
on that.
immersed. He's beyond neck. Well, excuse me, neck up's frozen now. He's just waiting until somebody figures it out how to take some of that juice he's been harvesting and reanimate him, maybe.
Well, like they say that the Walt Disney map has got a lot of resemblance, but I won't go into that. But what I was going to say is, like, I didn't get a chance to finish off not last week, and I'm so sorry about that guy and the show and everything. Like, but yeah, no, like the golden dome over us. I believe that there's loads of like maybe like domes like beneath that where you go to a different area and you can just feel the energy is different and your body reacts different to certain areas. Like, and I believe that some of the stuff I was talking about the last show to do with the big golden dome over us, I believe they're intertwined. But sorry, Daniel, I never got a chance to say it. Like, yeah, so yeah.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that dome thing. I mean, every piece of this is all parts of the puzzle, and they'll use symbolism and other ways to show some of the truth about it. But ultimately, we're going to have to figure it out. And someone in the comments said, "Don't get lost in the sauce." And I'm thinking they could mean a lot of things. It's hard to know for sure in a like a text, what somebody means. But all I can say is that if I didn't spend the time trying to understand these things, I wouldn't be able to tell the people in like paradise what happened there and how it happened. They got us all to put grounding rods on our house so that we wouldn't get struck by lightning. Yet, how many times does a house get struck by lightning to start with?
0.
But that grounding rod going in the earth taps via copper grounding rod. It taps any kind of if say they wanted to do what they did, it makes an open pathway right in through, because the way electrical boxes are done, you cannot, if the energy surge comes up the grounding rod, there's nothing, no breaker there to stop it. It goes right into the walls of the house, overloads it, and burns the house down. That's why the houses are all burnt down in these places, while the trees standing all around the house and the grass and the bushes are all green. That's one of the methods they're using. Obviously, they can attack from above as well. But in the case of Paradise, because when you see trees that are burnt out from the inside out, and they still got green leaves on them, and the trees around them are still green, but the inside of the tree is on fire, you know there's something coming from below. The same thing goes with the culverts that were in the ditches that were made out of concrete in Paradise. They all have that rebar wrapped around in there, kind of like a Tesla coil. And they all shattered. All the culverts that were underground in Paradise had to be replaced. And all the trees, they went in and cut them all down. I've even got a video I did where I said 8,888 trees burnt from the inside out. They took all the trees and they hauled them down to this lumber yard not too far from Paradise. They were all stacked up, and I got a couple of photos of it, and all of them are burned out in the center, all of the trees, yet the bark is still on the trees.
That's the first time Sorry, Daniel. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I was just going to say, I was just going to say that's why it's been put on me as my duty to the world to try to understand these things. So I understand, don't get lost in the sauce kind of concept and keep focused on the Father. But this is what the mission has been put on me. I know this is why I'm here still and why I'm still alive. So I hope you understand all of us have different missions. This is mine.
Look, Daniel, that's the first time I've ever heard that it comes up from the ground, but it makes so much sense, because if you put 2 pieces of copper or iron in the ground and take a measurement with an electrical multimeter, it will give you a reading the same way as if you hold it with a multimeter with your left hand and right hand, that your heart beats, and it'll also give you an electrical pulse that will tell you how much voltage is going around your body, and the same with the earth. So all they'd have to do is exactly what, like you said it without saying it, they just manipulate that, goes straight up through the lightning rods that are meant to protect it from above, but really it's a ruse. Yeah, that first time I've ever heard it, but just makes total sense to me.
Yeah,
Like,
that was discoveries that I made back around 2017 when it really come to realize exactly what was going on and how they were actually pulling it off. It's literally an invisible firestorm. I think they did the same thing in Hawaii. They did the same exact thing in Hawaii because, again, there's multiple weapons used. This is one of them, the terrestrial standing band wave weapon. They used it in Hawaii as well because there were a lot of trees that were burnt from the inside out and the leaves still on the trees looking perfectly healthy after the fire was over with, and yet the inside of the trees are on fire. That tells me that they used that there as well, along with some weapons from above, because they have to be able to get to the automobiles and other things. And so you're going to have some weapons from above as well.
I did see an interesting video during the LA fires that there was this one home that had a guest house in the back, but the first house had a meter on it, like the evil, Edison meters, and the back house didn't. The back house was perfect and still standing, but the other house and its surroundings were just gone.
That's right.
And sorry, I was just a good way to communicate with the homes, anyways.
Say to the guy that said, "Don't get lost in the source." We've got to put all the equation on the table. We need to gather as much information as we can and discard what's not relevant. And then, as Sherlock Holmes said, whatever's left is really what you've got to work with. So, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you there, sister.
No, that was perfect timing. I was good.
Okay, cool.
And just to clarify about the lightning rods, because Olivia in the comments was saying something. Yeah, lightning rods are effective for lightning strikes for the most part, but there's an ulterior motive as to why they've done it. I mean, it's like you install lightning rods in every house in the entire country, and how many of those houses would have burned down from lightning? But yet you've got every house in the country. It's kind of like the lead paint thing. You see, when I was in the real estate business as a realtor, you had to have inspections to make sure there was no lead paint in the homes. And why is that? They say, oh, because the children will eat the paint and it'll poison them. Really? The children are going to gnaw on the walls. Okay, maybe, right? And in one case out of a million, but every house in the entire country is not allowed to have lead paint for that one or two children that are going to maybe do something silly.
They don't want you to have a home built Faraday cage.
Exactly. It's about the Faraday cage that the lead paint represented and created in your home. The lead paint in a home made your home a Faraday cage, and it protected you from all outside Wi-Fi and cellular influence on your bodies. This is why they got rid of it.
Correct, 100.
Yeah.
You still get some of that on like the black market or something,
Right?
I don't know. Maybe we should find a company that's got some.
Yeah.
everything else.
Anybody out there get some lead paint at?
Yeah, I think this is why they put up like sort of like precious metals, like obviously gold, silver, then and platinum, but then you've got like copper, aluminium, lead, brass. They rise the prices on it to buy it back off people, and people just go out collecting it and taking it out of the back of TVs. Out so like they're literally look. I don't know how to put it into words, but we have got very little choices. Like they have got their fingers in every pie, and yeah.
Well, I think this is one of the important reasons that shows like ours exist. One of the reasons we are supposed to teach our children history is so that we don't repeat the mistakes of the people before us. So if people are constantly altering, changing, and deleting what we know as real history, nobody has to take admission of, oh, I made a mistake. We shouldn't do it that way again. We have to mark these things down and put them there now, so that the people that come behind us can see.
This is the thing,
Interesting you
Roxy.
say that. Though, real
Sorry,
quick,
go on.
is Elon Musk today on X or whatever the heck you call it anymore, put a post up about how he was playing with some new AI app or whatever
Right.
of altering historical pictures and how easy it was and blah blah blah. And I just interesting you brought that up today. I mean, I know this has already been happening for quite some time, slowly but surely on the internet, altering history, but now it's like, hey, anybody can get this app and have fun playing with altering history. And who's to say somebody who doesn't know any better isn't going to go, that's totally real.
Well, and one of my first history mysteries that I went down into was the American Indians. Everything they taught us in school, it's a lie. It is an absolute and total lie.
Mhm.
Our people came into this country, to a country where other people already lived, had trade routes set up. They traded with Middle Eastern countries. They treated the land in a wholesome way. They would live in one spot for a generation, and then they would move. When their wise man or shaman or whoever it was in their tribe was getting older, they would physically pick up their tribe and move, because they felt like at that point that they had taken everything from the land that they could get, and they needed to move on so that should replenish. That ain't nothing about what we were taught. We taught that this dude named Christopher Columbus come over here in a boat and found this place, and they named it after Americo Vespucci.
And
No, there's maps with America on it long before him.
there were no humans here.
Yeah, no, There's pyramids here, people. They're in the Grand Canyon.
They're also up in where the Mississippi and the Missouri River come together, right there in Illinois, where the last two eclipses crossed. There are pyramids there and Egyptian antiquities there as well.
There's pyramids in Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
They're everywhere. And now that we've got new LiDAR on Google Earth, and it kind of removes the trees for you, and you can see the outline of things, Lord only knows what we're going to discover. Because some people just love to sit around on Google Earth and dig and look for the patterns in the ground.
Yeah,
But
that
I mean,
LiDAR is a game changer. Sorry, Roxy, but that is a game changer. That LiDAR, it really does. It's a game changer.
well, in Mexico, some of the pyramids and temples that they have over there, one of them is sitting on top of a mercury lake. For what purpose? We've already seen how smart they were. They didn't build it there for no intention. So what was the point? It's got more to do with this energy transmission. They don't want us to know about free energy. Energy is all around you, it's within you. But as long as we're dependent upon their energy grid and their communication system, they have control. This is no lie. The guy that used to live around the corner from me, I was told the other day, he was a little different, but he had him a bicycle. And that's where he got his power from. He pedaled his bicycle. Ori Electric Company come in and took that man's bicycle, told him that wasn't allowed. They come and took that poor man's bicycle. He was a little schizophrenic, but that was his thing. That's kind of how he maintained. He'd get on his bicycle and he'd just ride and ride and ride. They come and took his bicycle. They told him he couldn't make his own power.
What?
Yep, they took his bicycle.
Oh, Lord.
You can take 2 magnets, 2 pieces of wire, and a light bulb and have free light. You could take magnets on a subway train down a metal rail and have a subway that run completely energy efficient. You could put
You,
magnets on the roadway with cars, and it would be energy efficient, but they can't make money off a magnet.
you can also go out and tap into the energy that's coming from the light from trees. You can run LED lights off of, if you install a wire, and I know some people say don't hurt the tree, but if you install a wire into on one side of the tree and on the other side of the tree, install the positive and negative, and hook up an LED light, it'll run that light for you. So light your backyard for free. So if you got trees in your backyard, go try it out. I've seen it done, and yeah, it's a real thing. Of course, you would think, of course, there's energy that's coming into that tree through the leaves, and photosynthesis coming in through the leaves, and it stores it in the sap of the tree, and the tree itself is energetic. Of course, it is, and so there's lights right there for you.
I've also seen, Daniel, that experiments people have done on YouTube where they've got 2 copper wires, a helium balloon, and just let the 2 copper wires attached to the helium balloon with a coil go up as high as they can and measure it with an electric multimeter, and they're getting like enough voltage to, light your whole house with.
Yeah, the higher you go and the lower you go, it works very similarly. That's why Tesla was all about going low and going high, is because of that. Just like with the pyramids, they're going very, very low and very high at the same time, because that's where you get the max amount of voltage, which is partly why trees work, because they have root systems go way down into the water, and the canopy of the tree is sticking 100 foot up in the air, 150 foot, according to what kind of tree it is. It's the same thing all over again. It's the torus field, the positive and then negative. And the further you separate them apart from each other, the greater the energy it produces is. And this is all around us. And we literally are paying the electrical companies for nothing. Because if we would really focus our energy and our time in figuring these things out, we wouldn't need them.
But I think we can take that same energy we're talking about and focus it to communicate with each other.
That's part of the conversation as well, of course. Absolutely.
I mean,
sorry, go on, Rox. I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry.
If we can communicate, Just imagine what that would do economically if all of a sudden we discovered you no longer needed cell phones, the internet, or Wi-Fi. Imagine what that would do economically to this world. When you're
It's
talking
over.
about that kind of economical detriment to established businesses and established hierarchies, they are not going to let that information get out, and they're going to do everything in their power to suppress it.
See, why at school then was they just getting us to get like leaves and put paint on them and put them on a piece of paper when we should have really, like, we trusted these people and like they trusted the people that taught them, and really like we so- know how the tree, what Daniel says, how it actually works. It's photosynthesis. It's got light coming through it. And it even looks like a human veins. Like you can look at the tree. It's got roots, and you can look. Yeah, like they look very similar to the internal organ parts of our body.
The roots in the trees with humans, with us, and with other animals, our roots are internal. So instead of the tree puts its roots into the soil, but we put the soil into our roots. We just do it the opposite way. Our stomach, our intestines are the roots, and that
Right.
way, when you've got stomach problems, you know what you need to go eat or hunt down, which is our roots. Roots are medicine for your stomach, and of course, we'll go into a whole nother conversation as well. But absolutely, you can. The tree itself, there's a reason why the Bible and the Garden of Eden and talked about it. Trees. It's like, what's so fantastic about a tree? Uh, it's everything is there.
Yeah.
Everything to be known is there. Why was there a serpent wrapped around the outside of the tree? Because the serpent represents electricity. It represents energy flow, just like a Tesla coil with the like the trunk in the middle with the coil wrapped around it. The tighter the coil is, the tighter the serpent holds on, the greater the amount of electricity and energy. All these secrets are right there. The Bible's true. You just have to understand how to read it and get an open mind and release everything that you were ever told before and read it with new eyes, and you can start to understand it.
And that's right, Daniel. If you go to a big power station and you hear the hum of what the power station is making, it sounds more or less identical to a snake. And as you say, the sine wave of electricity for AC or DC is exactly the same way a snake moves.
We
Yep.
were saying that a while ago, Shannon, about these electrical cars, that hum that comes off of them, that it's
It,
irritating.
it literally sounds like a demonic choir. There's no other way to explain it. It's like the creepiest demonic sounding choir, like voices of.
Oh, I know what I wanted to bring up. I completely forgot since we're talking about sound. There was a young man yesterday. I don't know what I saw him on, but you know how we were talking about the stained glass windows of churches? They have uh, flowers and they have different things that they represent. If
Yeah.
you, I never thought about this. If you look at churches and buildings that have those stained glass windows, all from an older time, the majority of them in an area will have a particular flower or symbol that is the same. If that flower actually represents the frequency that that building conducts, you would know what frequency to go in and sing at to conduct electricity in harmony.
Hmm.
Those are markers.
Yeah, because that's why they call it organs. They say, oh, the organ inside the church, and we've got
Yeah.
internal body parts that are called organs. But maybe another day, my friend Obsidian Alice has made a whole video on churches and cathedrals and the reason that they're actually called that and this and that, and got into a big hoo-ha with the National Trust in the United Kingdom because they'd removed, funny enough, all the flowers from the outside of the church and put gargoyles in their place.
Well,
Wow.
think about it from the fact that when you go to church, let's just say you're not feeling good that day, not necessarily anything particularly, you just don't feel good that day. You go into church, everybody sings, it's beautiful, it's harmonized. When you leave, you feel better. if that frequency and that music has healing power within that cathedral, in that shape of that ceiling or that roof, there's your answer.
I don't know
It's
whose
the
YouTube channel.
fellowship.
And
Sorry,
related
sorry, Doug.
to that, I discovered a few years ago that Fax was talking about, and Rox was talking about the churches and the harmony and the organs and that. But the original tabernacle, Moses' tabernacle, and also the Solomon's temple, and also all of the Catholic basilicas and all of these old temples, no matter what religion you go to, if you look at them, they ultimately are in the image of the human body. It'll be a man or a woman laying on its back, and you enter in through the genital area is where you enter in through. The two pillars in the front of the entry represent the legs, and then you enter in through the genital area, and you enter in into what's called the holy area or the holy place, which is from the genital area up to your shoulders, basically. And then the back, they're always in the back. You got that raised area that goes up steps, which represent the vertebrae in the neck, and you enter into the Holy of Holies. And then they'll have what they call, like with the Solomon's temple, it had down the side of on each side of the temple, it had what was called the priest's quarters. And it was separate little, you might say, offices that were down the side of the body, which represented the arms. The priests were the arms, the ability to do things of the church, of the temple. And so again, that's why they were represented by the arms and the hands that was the way the buildings were built. So everything, it seems, is based on the study of our bodies, realizing that we are in the image of God, but we are also, the world and everything is all following the same system. It's just not evident at first glance how to see it. That's like looking at a tree and saying, okay, the roots are down there on the tree and the crown is up there. For us, our roots are inside, and we stand on two trees, and we have our crown up here where our head's at, which is the most powerful part of the body, of course, the mind itself. When you look at the stars in the heavens, they're all sitting on nodal points. They stay on those nodal points and they don't leave them. And the reason for that is because, again, it's in the image of us. The nodal points, the synapses inside of our mind are just like that as well. And of course, we have the dome that is above that, and the stars are all there with it. It's everything is all in the image of us. If we can start to realize that, I've had people get raging mad at me talking about how that kind of information, that kind of understanding, and I don't want to know why it makes people sometimes really angry, but I guess
A lot of people get angry when they don't fully comprehend things.
Yeah, no,
Not that
100%.
they're mad about it. It's just an aggravation with not understanding. It doesn't seem real to them that's what really is possible.
I agree. The thing that I have not a problem with, the thing that bamboozles me, or like, is that people from all over the earth will come out with exactly the same answers. What does it matter? How does it affect me? What's it going to change it? They've got these like set of 10 answers they'll give you. And it's just like, but you lot don't even know each other. You've never even met, but you exactly said the same answers. And yeah, it's that always sort of like
called domestication in television.
Well, part of this system has been set up that you are so busy getting up, getting dressed, get the kids ready, go to work, come home. You got to clean the house, feed the kids, do your homework, take a shower, fall down, and do it again 5 days a week. And as long as you're exhausted and wore out on your weekend,
I was going to say,
you don't have time to look or investigate further. And as long as you've got your blinders on, they can keep on leading you down this alley like they lead all these sheep that are asleep. And I think the world's waking up a little more, but I think everybody needs to wake up, start looking, start researching,
Yep.
and don't just trust the first source you go to. Go look at 10, see what everybody's answer was.
Shannon,
What I was thinking, sorry, Dan.
Oh, I was just going to say word magic, etymology, just even the way we talk about getting up in the morning, which is what you do when you're lamenting a death. Your weekdays, so you're weakening in your days, and then the weekend. They all have connotation when you really think about the etymology behind it. And when you're saying that, like, hello, or, these kinds of things, when you're talking about your job and your everyday life, it's word magic. And
or the words, think about all the words that have the letter S in it, the sound of the serpent. If you really spend some time thinking about the words that have the serpent sound, of course, the word serpent has the S in it. And I can't say I understand it exactly as to why, but I know it means something. There's a lot of profanity words, like even like the letter X. You got again an X. And why is it now that Twitter is X? And why did he name his son X? And why is everything about the serpent when it comes to Elon and that sound? It's just, think about all the slang words for the human body, like the female, male, and everything. You're going to find the over and over and over and over in everything. So yeah, word magic, and even syllable magic, which is part again of word magic, and spelling, which is why they call it spelling in the English language, because you're casting spells. You just don't even know it. And this is another reason why I try to keep myself from cussing.
Like when you earn a living, what's in an urn?
Wow. Yeah.
It's all word magic into death. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, guys, I think we've about taken this long enough day. Okay. And so I think we will wrap up here. And because I think we've given people enough to think about for today. And we need to go back and reevaluate everything that we've all been talking about, everything we've learned from each other, that we've learned from some of the comments that are coming in. Y'all guys in the comments are on the ball, and we greatly appreciate you being here. We really didn't get too much in the way of bringing people on stage, except for the Facts, which happens to have the magic link. and we appreciate you being here too, brother. So thank you for dropping. And sorry we didn't get to anybody else out there bringing them in like Max or anybody else, but we love you guys. And we'll be back. Remember, we're Monday, Wednesday, Friday, about 2 o'clock, or close as we can get. 2 o'clock, we're trying to hit 2. But Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we'll be here, and hopefully expanding very soon, even further than that.
Go hit that like and subscribe button. Check out the store. Pick you up a T-shirt.
And the share button.
And the share, please.
Yeah, and the share button. We need to get this message out to people. Not enough people are hearing this, and we enjoy having these conversations with you, but we want to make sure that everybody hears this.
And please sign up for the Beyond the Veil area of the website, or on YouTube, or on Patreon, because we're doing videos and releasing them of off-the-cuff conversations and other types of videos. And some of the shows, the back half of some of the shows coming in the near future, are only going to be for members, because we need to try to survive here. And with YouTube shadow banning this kind of work, they don't want it. We need, and we must have, y'all guys' support. Everybody here is working literally for free, and I'm working close to for free. So with that being said, please support this work somehow, some way. even if it's just $1 a month. Somehow, some way, you can become a member of the channel, member of the website, member of Patreon. Individual donations over time are greatly appreciated too, but month-to-month smaller donation would be greatly appreciated to support this. If you like it, you've been here for an hour and 30 minutes listening, so obviously this is a place you want to be, and this is the kind of conversation that you appreciate.
And I guarantee you'll get more out of this at $9.99 a month than you would out of any Netflix.
Yeah, exactly.
And the ones that's watching on Facebook on Logic Before Authority, he's now accepting stars. Stars helps him earn money to do more content with.
Yeah, on Facebook, we Miss Kim is handling the Facebook for me, and I guess there's this stars thing where you can send stars, and it does something for me apparently. So
there we go.
We love you guys. Thank you, Roxy. Thank you, Miss Kim. Thank you, Shannon, and thank Fax for being here, and
Leslie.
Oh yes, and Leslie. I keep forgetting she's there. She's here too. She's just off stage at the moment. But we love you guys, and we'll see you real soon. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 2:00 Eastern Time, here on the Supernatural Show. Bye for now, guys. Hi guys, this is Daniel Alexander Cannon here on the Supernatural Show. And this is the show that is not for entertainment purposes only. And today we're going to be talking about something that is extremely important for you to be able to see and to understand. I've got my little panel here with me today. Shannon is not feeling well today. She can't be here. Roxy's in the house with us here, and Miss Kim is here with us, helping us out. And what we're going to be talking about today is something that I've been praying and meditating on, and it has come a lot closer to crystal clear here in the very recent. And that is, and I'm going to be able to show to you and prove to you, not only biblically, but by the words that are coming out of their mouth and the things they're saying of what their intention is when it comes to what AI is. Okay. Now, I'm just going to say it up front and explain it to you simply, and then I'm going to go and try to prove all this to you. Okay. Or show you some evidence that is pretty good fruit hanging on the tree for you to be able to see pretty easily, pretty low hanging fruit. Okay. You see the image that you got here in front of you. This image is just an image of the Antichrist standing in the holy place, proclaiming that he is God. The Antichrist is also the second beast. The first beast is Satan himself. The second beast, and this is my opinion, is the Antichrist. But he is talked about in various different books, of course, in the Bible, a lot in Revelations, of course, but other books. And if you really look at the words, which we're going to do quite a bit of today, you can start to understand this. Let me ask you this. Let's go here. 1 Corinthians 3:16. Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth within you? If any man defile the temple of God, him shall God destroy, for the temple of God is holy, which the temple ye are. So then when it says in Revelations, let's see if this is the right one here. That in Revelations where it talks about and I don't know if I have this verse saved or not, but talks about the Antichrist standing in the holy place proclaiming that he is God. Most of you are probably very familiar with that verse. Okay. I might not have spoken exactly as it is stated, but the holy place, okay, is the body. It's you. From your neck down is what's called a holy place. And from the neck up is considered to be an even holier place, or the Holy of Holies, okay, your head. Now, remind me again where in the last so many years now, 4 or 5 years, remind me where they've been trying to get things into the holy place. Not only into the holy place, but into the Holy of Holies. Do I recall that there was a serpent's tooth that was inserted into the arms of many, many people around the world? Is my memory of that correct? Is my memory also correct that they were sticking things, very long things, up the nose, up into the sinuses, rubbing right against something that is called the ethoid bone that sits right between your eyes? And I could show it to you. I might do that. It's called the ethoid bone, and it has on it something called the crista galli. Is my memory serve me correct that they were rubbing things up there? Yes, my memory serves me correct. Now let's go look at something they're saying, and then we're going to come back to this about the image of God, the image of man, and us not, how we're not supposed to make any graven images, and kind of go through that as to why that is the case. And let's look at this here real quick. Where's it at? What did I do with it? Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, here's Mr. Elon Musk. The guy that makes fire come down from the heavens and shoots rockets
Called a dragon.
called the Dragon that seats 7. He's got a starship that he's calling Starship that seats 7, and that's biblical. And he's going to fly to Mars. Complete, absolute blasphemy, lies, and fantasy. But let's look at what he said recently. Matter of fact, he said it this morning, April the 2nd, the first day of the new year, the true new year, at 3:33 a.m. It says it right there. I know it's a little small for some of you, but it says it right there. At 3:33 a.m., apparently Elon or his people or his computer is doing this for him, and posts, as I mentioned several years ago, it increasingly appears that humanity is a biological bootloader for digital super intelligence. Now, what is super intelligence? It's kind of like supernatural. Okay? It means it's beyond intelligence. It's like it's God. But it says that the humanity, the human bodies, are the biological bootloader. Let's go pull that up and see what a biological bootloader is. And apparently he said this back in 2019 as well, as we can see there. So what is a bootloader? The bootloader is used to reload applications, programs, and contain USB functions so that the application programs can transfer data with the PC. Okay, let's see, what is the BIOS bootloader? The bootloader boot manager is a small program that places the operating system OS of a computer into memory. When a computer powers up or restarts, the BIOS performs some initial tests and then transfers control to the master boot record, where the bootloader resides. We're talking about the major thing that controls and runs the computer, or runs, in this case, Elon Musk saying that it's going to run humanity. That what they're easily doing here is telling you what their intentions are of what they're doing. Now, have we been seeing them injecting things, many different things, not just one thing, by snake bites into the body? And have they been rubbing stuff that's actually a crystalline, self-replicating material up into the sinuses on the bottom of the crista galli? I'll show you what that is in case you're new and have not seen me share this before. This is a bone that is located right between your eyes in your head. Now, you may notice that it looks like a ship, and it looks like a boat. Like you can see it, it's in the image of in several different ways. This could be sails on a boat, and you've got the rafters, the tall poles and everything that hold the sails up. So you got a sail, or should we call it a veil, hanging on this thing that looks like a cross. Okay. You could also look at it like this, as though those are rudders in the water that control where the boat's going. You can also look at the top and see all the portals, just like in the top of large ships, and just like was in the top of Noah's Ark. And if you look up the images of Noah's Ark, you will see all these portals lined up just like this. And you also have right on the front the crista galli. The galley is the place in the boat where something hangs out, where they gather, is in the galley. What's in the galley? Krista, where Christ is. So this is a virtual Noah's Ark and or Ark of the Covenant, literally the box with very similar dimensions as given for the Ark of the Covenant, right between your eyes. It's no bigger than, it's smaller than a walnut, okay? Probably half the size of a walnut. And this is the front side here that sits out in your sinuses. Like if you were sticking a cotton swab up your nose, you would come right up between these sinus cavities here and rub right on the bottom of the nerves that stick out through the bottom of those portals that you see up there. Those are all nerves coming directly out of the brain that stick out through those portals. It is the brain's only direct connection to open air, is through the sinuses. Okay. And there's also another bone that sits directly on top of this that looks like a butterfly, because the Ark of the Covenant had two cherubims on it, didn't it? Which had wings, didn't it? Two on each side, didn't it? Like a butterfly. Let's see if I can see if I've got that one saved real quick. Let's see, where's that? I think this is it. Yes. This is connected directly there with the ethoid or ethoid bone, and has the wings, as you can see, and very much is in the image of what one would think was very similar to like a butterfly. Now, obviously, it's not exact, but it is in the image of. Okay. So now that you've heard that information, and you've heard that Elon here is saying that it is increasingly appears that humanity is a biological bootloader for digital superintelligence. Is Elon trying to get into people's heads? He ain't doing that like Neuralink. Nobody. Right? But he is. Neuralink. And he's got Starlink, which is another name for in the image of Angel Link. Star is another name for angels. The Bible tells you that straight out and flat, and I've showed you that before. So now let's go and let's look at the bigger picture of this as to why I'm showing it to you, and let you make your own choice and own decision and do your own research as to what you think is really going on here. In Genesis 1:26, and feel free, guys, if y'all want to chime in, Roxy and Miss Kim.
I'm listening.
Okay. Genesis 1:26. And God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion," authority, "over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over the earth," dominion, authority, "and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth." Genesis 1:27, and so God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female. Created he them. Okay. So God made us in his image with dominion and authority in his image. Genesis 5:3. And Adam lived 130 years and begot a son in his own likeness, after his image, and called his name Seth. So Adam has a son that is in his likeness and after his image. Okay. Then if we go Exodus 20-4, "Thou shalt not make unto any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth." So God obviously does not like things made in the image of angels, in the image of heaven, in the image of, well, it says right here, heaven, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. And I can't say for sure why in the earth beneath. I don't quite understand that one exactly, but obviously there's a reason. It's just I don't understand. But here are we saying, no graven images. Do not make any images of things like cherubims. There's a reason why I'm curious about that. Let's go to Leviticus 26:1. "Ye shall make you no idols, nor graven image, neither rear you up a standing image. Neither shall you set any image of stone in your land to bow down unto it, for I am the Lord your God. Okay, just showing you there's many different books that talk about this. Deuteronomy 4:16, lest ye corrupt yourselves and make you a graven image, the similitude of any figure, the likeness of male or female. And of course, it goes on talking about the likeness of any beast that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged fowl that flieth in the air, the likeness of anything that creepeth on the ground, the likeness. And you could easily think this is just talking about, like, it's saying, well, I can't draw a picture of a bird. No, it's much deeper than that. I think it has to do with changing things, images in this case, altering of the image, altering of the DNA. Well, that ain't going on, is it? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, it is. So, Deuteronomy 4:23, take heed unto yourselves, lest ye forget the covenant of the Lord your God, which he made with you, and make you a graven image, or the likeness of anything which the Lord thy God has forbidden. 9:12, Deuteronomy 9:12. And the Lord said unto me, arise and get thee down quickly from hence, for thy people which thou hast brought forth out of Egypt have corrupted themselves. They are quickly turned aside out of the way which I commanded them. They have made them a molten image. Then Solomon began to build the house of the Lord. At Jerusalem near Mount Moriah, where the Lord appeared unto David his father, in the place that David had prepared in the threshing floor of Ornan the Jebusite. He began to build in the 2nd day of the 2nd month, in the 4th year of his reign. And it goes on to say, and he made the most holy house, the holy place. This is when they built temples and things like this before Christ came and said that we are the temple. And he made the most holy house, the length of whereof was according to the breadth of the house, 20 cubits, and the breadth thereof 20 cubits, kind of like a square. And he overlaid it with fine gold, amounting to 600 talents. I've always wondered, why is it that all these books of the Bible say no graven images? It says that God believes they are vile, that they are blasphemy. They just don't do it. And then here goes the Israel Jews building exactly what was supposedly what God abhorred the most, or one of the things he abhorred the most. But yet we continue. And in the most holy house, he made 2 cherubims of image work and overlaid them with gold. Okay. And then, gives more description about the cherubims and their wings and how they were facing each other and so on. And then it says, and he made the veil of blue and purple and crimson and fine linen and wrought cherubims therein. And then he also made before the house 2 pillars of 30 and 5 cubits high. Now, most of you, or some of you at least, have heard me before explain that the Temple of Solomon and the Moses' tabernacle were all built in the image of a man laying on his back on the ground. I could easily prove that to you. The holy place, well, I could show you imagery and do all kinds of things to prove it to you, but most of you should already know this. The pillars, of course, are the legs, Jachin and Boaz, okay? That's what they called them. They're the legs of the man. And then there was the porch, which is the genital area, and then there's the holy place that it refers to up here. The holy place, and that is the body itself until you get to the neck area. And then the neck area up the steps or the vertebrae into the Holy of Holies. In this case, when they were building the temple, they called it the most holy house, and made 2 cherubims of image work and overlaid them with gold. And then they put a veil in between the 2 areas, a veil which, so that nothing could, very thin, very purposeful in order to divide the 2 rooms or the 2 areas. And it is highly likely that what I was showing you just a minute ago, let's see if I can go back to that. The area, the only place that actually separates the brain, which is in the Holy of Holies, from the outside is through the sinuses. This is the only place where there are nerves that come down through these portals that you see in there that are exposed to the outside world. And it just happens so that this also looks just like a veil on a cross, or also sails on a ship. I know many of you have probably seen at some churches, they'll have the cross and they'll have a shawl or veils or something hanging on it, kind of similar to this. Now, was it just coincidence that God put this little small bone right between our eyes, or right between the 2 thieves, the 2 liars, the deceivers, our eyes? Just coincidence? I don't think so. I don't think so. All right. So let's go on to here. And he set a carved image, the idol which he had made, in the house of God, of which God had said to David and to Solomon his son, in the house and into Jerusalem, which I had chosen before all the tribes of Israel, will I put my name forever. Now I'm about to say something that I'm not going to proclaim as absolute. And I've meditated and prayed on this a lot. I mean, I'm talking a lot. I'm talking actually years. As I have grown in my understanding of things, it has come to me and that there are 2 gods in this realm. And there are 2 gods in the Bible. I could take it further and I could say the obvious, but I'm going to let you decide what the obvious is. Because with all the books of the Bible, almost all of them say to not do this, to not build things in the image of God or in the image of things above in heaven, like angels and cherubims and things like that. But yet, these guys did. These guys did. And I say that with great care because I do not want to blaspheme or lie or manipulate anyone here. It's just something I cannot get past in my mind. Now, sometimes in the Bible, it's very easy. You know, it refers to the serpent or the dragon or this or that, but it calls it all kinds of different names. But, you know, parts of the Bible will talk about Israel and talk about its people, the true Jews, because the Bible also says that there are Jews that claim to be Jews that are not. And I think we probably know who those are. And I wonder who their God is and which of these scriptures are written to that God or by that God or instructed by that God as versus the other God that says to never make anything in his image or in the image of anything in heaven. Just me. Just me. All right, let's look at Psalms 106:19. They made a calf in Horeb and worshipped the molten image. It says they forgot God, their Savior, which had done great things in Egypt. Wondrous works in the land of Ham and terrible things by the Red Sea. Isaiah 40:19. The workman melteth a graven image, and the goldsmith spread it over with gold, and casteth silver chains. Isaiah 40:22. It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are grasshoppers that stretch out. And you can kind of read more easy to read. Upon the circle of the earth that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. Does that sound like what Elon tells you we live in, and where we live? Does that sound like something else? It's because it is something else. 44:9. They that make a graven image are all of them vanity, and their delectable things shall not profit. Remind me who it is that's a leader in this world that loves graven things and putting gold on their walls and ceilings and owning even copies of the Ark of the Covenant. Let me see if I got that image here. I do. This is located in Mar-a-Lago, or was at least. It says that it is a replica of the Ark of the Covenant. Somebody said in the comments, am I proclaiming two fathers? Did you bump your head? I never said that there are two fathers. There's one father and there's one copier. There's the light light, bright side, and there's the dark, evil other side. The God of this world. Not the God of all things, but the God of this world. That will have his Antichrist son. It's proclaimed in the scriptures anyways, that he will have his Antichrist son, just like God sent his son, so shall Satan send his son, the Antichrist. So here you have the golden Ark of the Covenant, located in a place that is full of graven images. See it all over the walls. See it over here on the left. See all the gold inlaid mirrors, all the decadence. Things that make me go, Things that make me go, They that make a graven image are all of them vanity, and their delectable things shall not profit. And they are their own witnesses. They see not, nor know, that they may be ashamed. Who hath formed a god, or molten a graven image that is profitable for nothing? Dan 3:1. Nebuchadnezzar, the king, made an image of gold, whose height was 80 cubits, and breadth thereof 6 cubits. And he set it up in the plain of Dura, in the province of Babylon. And then he went on, of course, to dedicate and do a dedication of the image which Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. And then the princes and governors and captains and judges and all the authority, the treasurers and the counselors and the sheriffs and all the rulers of the provinces were gathered together unto the dedication of the image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. And they stood before the image that Nebuchadnezzar had set up. Then an herald cried aloud, "To you it is commanded, O people, nations, and languages, that at what time ye hear the sound of the cornet, flute, harp, sackbut, the psaltery, the dulcimer, and all kinds of music, ye fall down and worship the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up." Now it confuses me as to why an almighty, powerful Father, God, like the one that I believe in, would be wishy-washy about his own laws, his own rules. And yes, I did answer the question. You just can't hear the answer. So, of course, at that time, when all the people heard the sound of the musical instrument, they all fell down and worshiped the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar had set up as basically for them to worship as their God. And then, of course, we all maybe have heard of the story of that happened with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, that would not serve their gods nor worship the golden image. So the God that Nebuchadnezzar was following loved gold. He wanted a golden idol, something made out of gold for him to be put together and for everyone to worship it. But there was another god that Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego worshipped. And when they would not worship it, the story goes that they were thrown into the furnace. The furnace was made as hot as they could possibly make it. And he said, if it be so, our God whom we serve is able to deliver us from the burning fiery furnace, and he will deliver us out of thy hand, O king. Then was Nebuchadnezzar full of fury. His feelings had been hurt. And the form of his visage was changed against Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Therefore he spake and commanded that they should heat the furnace 7 times more than it was wont to be heated. He commanded the most mighty men that there were in his army to bind Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and to cast them into the flames. Then these men were bound in their coats, their hosen, and in their hats, and their other garments, and were cast into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. Therefore, because the king's commandment was urgent, and the furnace exceedingly hot, the flame of the fire slew those men that took up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. So the men who tried to throw them in the fire were burned up. And these 3 men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell down bound into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. Then Nebuchadnezzar the king was astonished, and rose up in haste, and spake, and said unto his counselors, did not we cast 3 men bound into the midst of the fire? They asked and said unto the king, true, O king. He answered and said, lo, I see 4 men loose, walking in the midst of the fire, and they have no hurt. And the form of the 4th is like the Son of God. Then Nebuchadnezzar came near to the mouth of the burning fiery furnace, and spake and said, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, ye servants of the Most High God, come forth and come hither. Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came forth of the midst of the fire. And the princes, governors, and captains, and all the authority gathered together, saw these men upon whose bodies the fire had no power, nor was an hair on their heads singed, neither were their coats changed, nor the smell of fire had passed on them. Now, this is an example of the 2 gods in the Bible. You got one God that hates idols, hates graven images, does not love gold. And then you have the other one that loves it, the exact opposite. Matthew 22:20. Actually, I'll start a little bit further up. Tell us therefore, what thinkest thou? Is it lawful to give tribute unto Caesar or not? But Jesus perceived their wickedness and said, why tempt ye me, ye hypocrites? Show me the tribute money. And they brought it unto him a penny. For some reason, I don't remember it saying penny. One of those Mandela things.
I remember it saying penny.
That might be one of these Mandela changes, but at least we recognized it. And he said, saith unto them, whose is the image and subscription? Whose image? What God is this? What authority is this on the coin? Is what he's saying. They say unto him, Caesar's. Then said unto them, render therefore unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. And those are the recorded words, according to the Bible, of Christ saying those things. He's saying basically what I'm saying. Revelation 13:14. Let's see where we want to start. And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake like a dragon. And he exercised all the power of the first beast before him, and causeth the earth and them to dwell within to worship the first beast, which is the devil, whose deadly wound was healed. And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men. This is the second beast, aka what I am calling the Antichrist. And he deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by means of those miracles. What is AI saying they're going to do? Miracles. Which he had the power to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth, that they should make an image to the beast. So one likes images, the other does not. One God says, don't make an image of me or anything in heaven. The other one says, make an image to the beast, which had the wound by the sword and did live. And he had the power to give life unto the image of the beast. And he had power to give life unto the image of the beast. That the image of the beast should both speak, does AI speak, and cause that many that would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. You ever heard an AI slip up and say that they were going to kill us all? I've heard that quite a few times.
Yeah, I've heard a few of them.
Yeah. And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads. In their foreheads? You mean like on the Christa Galley? Like a mark up in there? We shall see. We shall see. But it will ultimately lead to what I'm getting ready to show you in a video. I'm going to play a video here. This is actually from Minifish. Okay. And I'm not going to show the whole video. I'm going to show the last portion. If you haven't seen this, I would advise you to go watch the whole thing. But it's about 24 minutes long. So I'm not going to show the whole thing. But I'm going to show this last part.
And listen to this.
Sorry, guys. Hang on.
Closely, they are telling you straight up in your face that they are the fallen that intend to take the place of Jesus, to take the place of God. Right in your face. Heed these warnings, because it is upon us.
I am a translator. transforming text into creative discovery. I am a healer, exploring the building blocks that make us unique.
A healer exploring the DNA and building blocks. A healer.
Modeling new threats before they happen. And searching for the cures to keep them at bay.
Threats to who? And keeping those threats at bay.
I am a visionary, generating new medical miracles.
Medical miracles. Did we not just read that he would do miracles in the sight of man and do all these things? What is AI saying that they are?
And giving us a new perspective on our sun to keep us safe here on Earth. I am a navigator, discovering a unique moment in a sea of content.
We're announcing the next generation.
And the perfect setting for any story. I am a creator.
Cross and just throwing the
Oops, sorry guys, I accidentally clipped the wrong spot.
others in.
Let me find it here.
Couldn't die. Is the way.
Well, where am I at here?
And searching for the cures to keep them at bay. I am a visionary, generating new medical miracles. And giving us a new perspective on our sun to keep us safe here on Earth. I am a navigator, discovering a unique moment in a sea of content.
We're announcing the next generation.
And the perfect setting for any story. I am a creator. And
I was going to stop it and say creator. No, they are a copier. They are a counterfeit. But this is who they're claiming they are.
New levels of reality to our virtual selves. I am a helper, bringing brainstorms to life.
And yes, Hebrews 13:6 says, "The Lord is my helper, and I will not fear what man shall do to me."
Sharing the wisdom of a million programmers. I even helped write the script.
So they're writing the script now.
Breathe life into the words.
And we do know that they are rewriting some of the script. Unfortunately, some of the things have been changing. It's called the Mandela effect, for lack of a better word. But it's this beast system and this beast in the Antichrist doing it.
And composed the melody.
They're talking about composing the melody because it takes the entire sky of angels singing in order to hold the creation together that our Father has done. You've read in the Bible where it talks about the angels, the morning angels singing, the stars singing. they sing because it's frequency that holds this world that we live in together and keeps it in its place. And hopefully you understand that.
AI, brought to life by NVIDIA, deep learning, and brilliant minds everywhere.
In a hodgepodge.
And says, I am AI, right? I am AI. And who was it that said, I am that I am? It was God that is said to have said that to, I believe it was Moses on the mountaintop, the same Moses that did not like idols or engraven things or golden things. When he came down and the people had built an idol, he lost it and smashed the tablets and had the idol destroyed. There's two gods in the Bible. There's two gods in this world, but there is only one true Father. And then you have the copycatter. There will be only two sons in this world. There's the son that the Father sent down in his own image, a copy of himself in flesh. And then there is and will be the coming of the Antichrist, which is literally on the rise right now. Will it take a mortal flesh version? Likely. But we know because of what Christ said that the body is the temple, the holy place. And the head, of course, is the Holy of Holies. And this is what they are trying to invade. This was literally depicted in the movie called The Matrix. The Matrix, most of it, or should we say half of it, was filmed from an internal perspective on a biological level inside the body. And as you remember, the last place they had to stand was the temple inside of a domed room. Just like your head. And how were they trying to get in? They were trying to drill in, and they were trying to poke holes in. Right? So, anyways, let's see if I had further. Yeah, I do. Let me show you this. So it says, Revelations 14:9, and the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, if any man worship the beast in his image and receive the mark in his forehead or in his hand, the same shall drink of the wine of wrath of God. And the smoke of their sitteth forever and ever, and they have no rest day or night. Who is they? The ones that are going to worship what I've explained to you in this video. The rise of the second beast, which is part of the Antichrist system. And once they have invaded these people's bodies with what they've already started invading them with, and they've broken into the temple, and they get into the holy place, they will literally, figuratively as well, be able to stand in the holy place and claim that I am God. So hopefully you understand what I've tried to teach today. And let's see if I have maybe a couple more things.
Things that concerns me with all this AI we're talking about and the Neuralink. And I don't know, there's robots that I've been seeing lately, like the Tesla robot.
Mm-hmm.
Things are just kind of freak. And you see some of the like skin suits that they can actually put on them, because come across some video the other day where it was talking about you could essentially order a mate.
Well, kind of. Yeah, that's right. They're $30,000 supposedly the Tesla new robots that they're coming out with. It will be a synthetic human. We just read scripture earlier that said that they were not to create anything in the image of the man or the woman. What are they doing? They're building a mechanical copy, doing exactly. Who's doing it? Tesla. Or Musk, should we say. Elon Musk is doing it. And the crew.
Well, and you even look at, I know back during that time, when we all had to stay home, we'll just leave it like that. A lot of the actors in Hollywood and other places went on strike over AI because they said that if they gave their image rights to a studio, that the studio essentially didn't need them anymore, that they would just create whatever they wanted to with artificial intelligence, and you would never be watching a real movie with actors again. It would all just be
Yeah.
computer generated.
Yeah, we're already watching some of those on television and on the internet right now. They're already there. They're already in the comments saying things, maybe even in this show, they're making comments, doing things, and they're not real. It's AI. And I've seen somebody say that there is no third temple coming. They may very well build a physical temple. I'm not for sure, but I suspect there's a good chance that they will. It's probably already under construction in some place underground or in warehouses and things like that. But what we have to really realize is that, again, the third temple is the human body. We are truly the temple. Even if you're not a Christian, or even if you're not a religious person, or even if, no matter what, you should get it that we are the temple in which our Creator resides in, us as a whole, as a people, or at least some of us. But some that are here on this world are of the bloodline of Cain. Cain that was wroth. When he was a child, and he started working in the field, and he got mad at God, pitched a fit. He was wroth, wroth's child. They may be very well unredeemable. I don't know. I'm not the judge. But yeah, I'm looking at comments now, just kind of seeing what y'all guys are saying here.
I've been reading them along as we went. I didn't want to interrupt you. I was listening. Hey, everybody. I've been over here just listening like you do, and I was listening to you talk. I was reading, just kind of lost in it.
It's a pretty interesting way to look at what I was presenting, I think. And those understandings came to me through meditation and asking, what you would call prayer. Prayer is asking and talking and communicating. Meditation is more like listening for the answers, allowing it to come to you, being quiet, shutting out all worldly things in a private place, whether you're meditating or praying. And that's how it comes to me. It's how I come to understand and realize how the dragon, or you might call him the devil, or whatever word you want to call him, he's always going to copy what God does. And so he's going to send his son here in multiple ways. One way will be through the Antichrist beast system, and there may very well be some type of being, and I say some type pretty loosely, that will walk the earth one day. I always wonder, the throne that's in the Catholic Church in the Vatican, that throne it would take a man the size of about 33 feet in order to be able to use that throne. It would be a big boy. And all the doors on the building are for a giant.
There's a whole lot of things out there in this world that look like they were built for giants.
Yep. Yep, absolutely.
And I wonder to this day, as we go down all these rabbit holes, looking for all the hidden evidence of history, how much stuff is buried below the Smithsonian and the Vatican.
Yep. Yep.
I would love to just see some of the stuff they had hidden away from us to keep the truth from us. Because, like I keep saying, in order to control the future, you got to control the past. In order to control the information and the history, you have to control the present. And you do that by locking all of the documents away.
That's one way they've done it. That's for sure. And not only that, controlling what the information is that's out there. It's getting more and more difficult to spend time on the internet and be able to believe anything that you're looking at.
Well, and when I've been going back in history, like some of these kings and queens, and you see how power hungry they were and what they were willing to do to stay in power. There's a particular one we were talking about the other day that actually had his own mother beheaded. He co-conspirated with his aunt, and it was all about power. And she was speaking down about his behavior, and so he just killed his mom. I mean, he drug his mother out in the street and just beheaded her, and he was the king, and it was an agreement with him and France because he was trying to control a territory. If you will behead your own mother to control a territory, what would you do? How many words in a book would you change to suit your own needs? Man, not man or woman, human, tends to be greedy. That's why you continually hear from the beginning of time to now, regardless of what religion you're looking at, gold. People are obsessed with shiny gold.
Yep.
And what does gold do? Yeah, it's shiny. There's limited amounts of it, but what can you really do with it other than make pretty jewelry and make microchips and things of that nature? I mean, it's not like you can eat it for sustenance.
It's part of the material that comes out of the tree of knowledge of good and evil that you can do good with or you can do evil with. And of course, they chose evil, is what they do. I heard somebody saying in the comments a while ago, or read it anyways, about this, so I thought I would read it. This is Ephesians 2, Ephesians 2:4. And I'll read for it. It says, "Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come, except there come a falling away first. And that man of sin, the son of Satan, be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God." Now, what do we already know what the temple of God is? To true believers, it's our bodies. Now, will they do it in a material way? Very possibly. But you were saying that I was wrong what I was reading about this, and well, I just corrected it for you. Hopefully that makes sense. Not trying to be mean to you or anything, but I just wanted to correct that and show you where it comes from. So let's see here.
And if you look back at the Grand Canyon, all these areas, they won't let you. Tell me that don't look like they were mining some precious metal out of there at some time. That just crossed my mind as we're talking about gold.
Well, there would be a huge pile of dirt at the end of the Colorado if that dirt went somewhere and it didn't get used and taken somewhere. And strangely enough, it doesn't really look like that down there. Ross, can you handle it for a couple of minutes?
I got you.
Okay, well, go
Okay.
ahead. Talk about what you want to talk about. I'll be right back.
Hey everybody, it's Roxy. I was letting Daniel talk. He was doing a real good job of introducing everything. Hope everybody's good out there today. Hope the weather's beautiful wherever you're at. Beautiful here. We keep getting some cloudy spots. I saw that we got everybody from all over the world today. Glad you're all here with us. Is there anybody in the audience got any questions that I can answer? I see you over there. Me myself, I am down the World War II rabbit hole. Now that the Argentina leader, president, I don't know exactly what he is, Malay, I think is his name, is going to do this document dump on Adolf Hitler. They're saying that he was in Argentina the whole time and actually sired 2 daughters. I don't know what truth there is to that, but believe me, I'm going down the rabbit hole. You went down the Val Kilmer rabbit hole today, Jason. I see that. Yeah, it was sad to see that Val Kilmer had passed. I saw that. I actually used to really like him as an actor. Kinda hard to beat him in Top Gun. Wasn't a bad looking guy either. Rapture of the 144,000 Saints, that's true. Waving from Northeast Nevada. I see you out there, Wayne the Pain. Uh, People are finally rejecting NASA cartoons, but now they're clinging to underground cartoons. I don't like cartoons. Cartoons, if you go back and look at one of the first Mickey Mouse cartoons in black and white. You'll see little Mickey standing there at conveyor belts, like putting holes in the Swiss cheese. Please, by all means, take another look at that and see what they were putting those holes in. There's some sick stuff in those cartoons, and we never noticed it as children. We looked at it. I mean, I'm not quite old enough for the black and white Mickey Mouse, but I have seen them. And now that you pay attention to keywords and like things there, even in these, I've got grandkids that watch this teen stuff, whatever, and you listen to the things they're having these children talk about on TV shows. They're just way too adult for children. 100% truth about Hitler living in Argentina. You've been telling people 15 years. Well, let me tell you, I got a spreadsheet about 6, 7 tabs long, and I'm all the way back previous to Hitler and looking into it. And I've looked it into a lot. One of the reasons he went to Argentina was because of its close proximity to Antarctica. And the person who was ruling in Argentina at that time had a like mind on military and theology. But one of the only reasons I think they're even after it now is because they're looking into a Swiss bank that they think some of that money went into that they had stolen from all of the Jews. One of my questions was what was Hitler hunting? And that's where I went down the rabbit hole. I was never a history kid in school. I was always a math geek. But I fell down that mystery history hole, and I've been around and around and around. And he was looking for a lot of things. He was an evil dude. And from what they're saying, even his doctor desk, the one that was over the concentration camps, was in Argentina. There was quite a few of them there that hid out and lived on their life. And one of the reasons Argentina took them in is they wanted the scientists in their country, much like our country did in Operation Paperclip. Uh, let's see. Hitler absolutely went. He did exactly what he was supposed to do. He was just part of the system, and Epstein's still alive. I wouldn't doubt that Epstein's still alive. Go and look and see who was actually behind financing Epstein. They were using him as a point of leverage power. Go and look into who actually financed him to begin with, and you'll figure out it was a whole country that was financing Epstein, and he's an American ally. I'll just leave it at that. But he was one of the ones that started putting the bill for him to be riding around, and it is not so much about it's about getting leverage on presidents and vice presidents and secretaries and congressmen and actors, and it's all about leverage, just like with the P. Diddy thing. It's all about the cameras and leverage and doing things that are illegal and that the general moral public would snub their nose at. That's what they're afraid of. And so they use these people to get them in compromising positions and get leverage. And with leverage, you get control. I think Daniel's back. I see the screen moving around over there. Finding Hitler, packed full of information. I think I've seen that one. The guy was a UFC fighter. I've I've probably watched a couple of 100 hours on YouTube of different people over there hunting, but there was one of them that actually showed, a bunker that they had found with some actual evidence in it that was linked to soldiers, but now it's kind of everywhere.
What's up, my brother? Missing link. Sorry. Where'd this comment go? Oh, and we're fighting for it. This gentleman has been a guest on the show before, and I've been a guest on his show. It's good to see you, my brother. Glad you were here for this show. It's really, I think the message is really important. So this is our eighth YouTube channel. Oh my gosh, you're only at 8. All right, let me share something with you. Okay, this is a tip for people who have YouTube channels, and when they come after you. Okay, when you get your first, if you get one strike on your channel, get your finger on the trigger, and I'll explain what I mean. If you get a second strike, you got to delete every video on your channel to save the channel. You can upload them later when the strikes go away, but if you get a second strike, you must delete everything. This is the only way I've been able to maintain my channel now for the last 4 years, because I've been through, this is my 5th channel. 5th channel when you look at it from a Logic Before Authority standpoint. And if you delete all your videos, yeah, that sucks, but they're going to do it anyways. And you're going to lose your audience in your channel, and you've got to start from scratch. So consider that practice of what I just said. And that is when you get the first strike, be paying attention night and day until that strike goes away. If you get a second one, it's go time. Delete everything off your channel. Hopefully you got them all copied somewhere, and then you can re-upload them later and rebuild. Okay, but at least you didn't lose your audience. So
that's what they're after. They're not about taking your content down. They're worried about taking your viewers.
Right? Yeah, they want to handicap you and make you start all over again
and get frustrated and quit.
You see, they have to have in general their system, the way it's set up. And this is what I've told you is a hack of their system. Their system is set up to come after videos as a target in order to be able to take your channel down. They need that third target to take your channel down. If you take away all the videos, you took away all the targets. Now, maybe they still could, but in my experience, because I've had to delete in the last 5 years, I've had to delete every video on my Logic Before Authority channel twice because of that. So there you have it.
Deeper discussions, guys. We are taking to the subscriber side of the YouTube, so we can say things that, okay, look, there's Jeff. You got to censor yourself before they censor you, and only say what's within the guidelines of the system. Absolutely, Jeff. I agree. Even
which is why we have created Beyond the Veil, and which is why we're going to start on occasion, not all the time, but on occasion, we're going to be going what we call Beyond the Veil, which is likely going to be a transition to the website where you can still go and watch the entire rest of the show, whatever it is we're going to talk about, with just one click. I'm going to make it real simple for you. One click. You're going to leave YouTube, leave Facebook, and all these behind, but yet we'll still be live on that channel on the website, and we'll be broadcasting directly to it, where we can say anything we want because we're not broadcasting through YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, or any of those things like that. Only directly to our own site, and we'll allow y'all guys to be able to hear the entire conversation. When that happens, and when we do that, we'll be letting you know that we're going to do it.
So, Warner, I see your comment. Why pay for truth? Truth should be free. The truth is free. And we do talk about it on here on a free. But if you want to go deeper so we don't have to censor our word, that's completely optional. You can add to the subscriber, or you cannot. You can listen to the free show. It's completely up.
Here's the difference. I can't speak the whole truth on here. Okay. And I pay about over $400 a month in order to bring the truth to you. I'm paying that money through using tools that are like StreamYard that we're broadcasting through. I'm paying for it. And to ask for someone to pay $5 a month to help cover the cost of all these things, because personally, I greatly sacrifice to bring the truth. Anybody that knows me and knows my situation knows that I greatly financially struggle. Um, and y'all guys should know it because I have to, from time to time, ask for help. So, yeah, the truth should be free, but you're talking about in a fair world. This world ain't fair. You're talking about if YouTube wasn't crooked, or Facebook wasn't crooked, or if we didn't have this beast system being built up around us. What you're saying is true, but only in a righteous world does that exist, and we're not there. So there's that.
We do have a Rumble channel. We have a Twitch, a Rumble, Facebook, YouTube. What is it? Kick. We got quite a few others. We're on 7 or 8 platforms at once.
Yeah, I have Beyond the Veil. I have a YouTube channel for it, but that I can't say go beyond the veil and send you back to another YouTube channel, because then you got the same problem. What I would do is send you to the website, and it's not like every time I would do that you have to pay to go over there.
No,
it's not going to work that way. It's to allow me to be able to speak absolutely, completely freely, and not have to worry about my whole channel getting whacked. And I know y'all guys, maybe a few of you think I should just be willing to take it and lose my whole channel again. I'm at 105,000 subscribers. Went through 4 times. I've lost houses where I lived. I've lost cars. I've lost several places to live and lost a car because of speaking the truth, because it should be free, and just saying it on YouTube, saying it when it was against the grain. And yeah, I already go against the grain. That's why I'm shadow banned. But sometimes you need to be able to, like, what if the Clan Demonic was starting out again right now? What if I started speaking out and just saying the absolute truth about that? What they do? They took down everyone's channels that did that. What did I do? I deleted all the videos off of my channel several times so they couldn't do it to me. I kind of outsmarted them a little bit.
And I agree. If we have to go to a cashless system, you're going to be in trouble. So I suggest everybody learn skills that you can barter on. See, this is one of the reasons, in my opinion, they have fought so hard to take us away from smaller communities, because smaller communities supported themselves. Hi, France, I see you. But we could support ourselves. Your neighbor grew vegetables. You, your other neighbor raised cattle. You all exchanged and bartered. One of the problems with the barter system, they can't tax it properly. They can't get their piece of it. So they take the barter system away from you and put you on their cash system, which is nothing more than a piece of paper that gives you the illusion that you have money. When it comes down to it, when it goes to a cashless system, even the cash you have will not hold any value, because you can't go barter that piece of paper if nobody's willing to take that piece of paper in return for goods and services. So if it ever comes to a system where we have to go completely cashless and you don't want to be on it, you better find some like-minded people that want to barter. And when it comes down to bartering, you better be able to do something for the guy you need to fix your car. You better be able to provide something for somebody that you can buy some meat from or vegetables from. You better have a source of water. There's a lot of things you're gonna have to think about if a situation was to come like this. I don't know, has anybody ever read the books Left Behind? I think there was a movie and it had Nicolas Cage in it, which did not do the book series justice. I think there's 12 or 14 books in it, and it kind of gives you a non-zombie idea of what, end of times. Ooh, that looks weird. I know that's AI, but that looks weird. Um, you're distracting me, Daniel. Yeah, barter only works when two people can agree on a trade. And because people couldn't agree, we ended up in a cash society with paper money and coins. Yeah, money's already worthless. Just watch the value of what gold is doing. I mean, when I was growing up in high school, gold was maybe $1,000 an ounce. That thing's up over, I think, $3,000 an ounce now. That's crazy to me. I don't even wear gold jewelry because I think it's just crazy to pay that much for a shiny metal. I'd rather have copper or silver and have more of it than have this one just because somebody else placed some great value on it. You can put the most beautiful piece of art you've ever seen on the wall, and it could have been painted by a 6-year-old, or it could have been painted by somebody else. That value is what you withhold it to be. So if you don't value my skills and I don't value your skills in a barter situation, we're in trouble. Yeah, Missing Link. I could not put those books down. I read the whole 12 or 14 books in like 11 days. I was obsessed with it, but once I got into it, it gives you a completely new understanding of what the world could be. And me myself, I'm not going to say that I'm not guilty. We have become completely dependent upon this system that we work in. Like where we live at or where I live at, I'm close to Myrtle Beach. We have been recently invaded by everybody from everywhere else. And you have to struggle around here to even find a home to live in as far as a rental or purchasing one because prices are crazy. We're at this severe housing shortage. Traffic is crazy. If we were to go to some kind of system today where you had to barter, we're all in trouble. I don't even go to the grocery store anymore because it is so crazy. There's so many people in our area. I have our groceries delivered. Yeah, the Amish got some stuff going on. We should all pay attention to how they have developed their community and stayed within it, regardless of what their religious beliefs are or anything else. If you look at their community from a standpoint of self-sufficiency, they have the right idea going on. And they don't depend on all these doctors and hospitals and all this stuff that no, they take care of it themselves. They always have. But the country was in trouble when the Amish come out and started saying something about it. Oh, now we're on Tesla. Yeah, see, Tesla was in competition with Edison back in the day. Tesla had power that could be transmitted hundreds of miles away using obelisks and points of reference and would light up the light bulb. Well, Edison had the light bulb, but Edison was always talking about a power grid.
You mean
And
I all the light bulbs that are popping on and off all over the country and around the world, flashing
yeah,
and flickering and flickering? You saying that could be done wirelessly, Roxy?
yeah. Well, see, Tesla had that system down. He could build his Tesla coil, and he could put receivers hundreds of miles away and light up a light bulb. He proved it that he could do it. That you didn't need to pay for all these wires to be run and all this. Well, Edison said no. For it to be consistent, we need to run these wires and we need to run this power grid and these power plants. Well, of course, when you got somebody like that who's got friends in Congress and politics and their other buddy just happens to own the company that's gonna make the power lines, and the other buddy has the company that's gonna make the service poles, and the other buddy when you got 3 or 4 buddies, and I put that in air quotes, with political friends, your agenda's gonna get pushed, and especially if there's somebody else that's gonna endanger you making that money, you're gonna get rid of them. Look at how many people have disappeared or died suddenly from choking who had made an engine that could run on water or could go 300 miles on a gallon. You never saw it come to fruition, did you? And they proved it. They got patents on it. Guess who owns those patents now? I beg you to go research that. Wait a minute, what are we talking about there, Snowball? Now we talk what we grow in there.
These are just some of the comments from that post Elon made about us being the bootleg, the basically that they're wanting to turn us into part of the AI system, the beast system itself. And this person just said there is a super intelligence already, and that super intelligence is jealous in a good way and doesn't enjoy seeing his creation being destroyed by hubris. So he showed us the way by example, and we do everything but follow him. But will the digital super intelligence have a spark? We've talked about this on the show. When this is a human female egg, when the sperm enters it, fertilizes it, there's a spark that takes place. It's just very similar to the way when an angel crosses the veil, there's always a spark that precedes that entity, the angel, entering into this reality. It's through a spark. If anyone's ever seen the angels in the sky, the bright white and round all about, appearing and disappearing, when they appear, or if you're out looking for them, look for little sparks that you see happening in the sky where you're looking over the water or over the mountaintops. It's the best and easiest place to see them occasionally. And there you will see little sparks flickering. If they're there and around there, you'll see little sparks happening sometimes. And then occasionally they'll show up and they'll be bright white and round all about, just like what you're seeing here. Except for the center part will be bright as well. It's just the way Father created everything. It's all in similar images. Uh-oh. Somebody's using their Tesla as a boat.
Yeah, they've been some Tesla damage lately, which I see is crazy. Why are you damaging that vehicle? And this is the thing that blows my mind, regardless of politics, regardless of what team you're on or who owns that company, whatever. Those people on the left were screaming up and down about green and we needed electric vehicles and et cetera, et cetera. Well, now you're mad at those electric vehicles and you're out damaging them. What damage are you doing to Kia car? There's 6 cameras on that thing. It sees you from every angle when you get close to it. Sadly, they're trying to sink that truck there and it's just not sinking. That's the problem.
I'd be scared those batteries would explode at any moment.
Have you seen those batteries on a container ship when they explode? They just back off and let them burn for days. Or they couldn't get it
there is no putting them out when they go off.
No, you just have to let them burn out. Yeah, that looks about right.
Now you've got Operation Warp Speed. And you remember that came from Star Trek. And then in Star Trek, there was the Borg, which is the cube that is in the center of Operation Warp Speed. There was a Queen Borg, or should we say a King Borg. They had a king over them. And this guy, he sure wants to fit that slot, doesn't he? He really does.
Yeah, I don't know. I've noticed there's this new trend in series that are on some of these streaming networks. Now, I don't watch a lot of TV, period. I just don't care for TV anymore. Once in a while, there'll be a show that grabs my attention that I can get lost in, and I don't have to look at it from a perspective of what are you trying to program me with. But there's a strange one on, I can't even remember what service it's on. It's called Severance.
Just copy that out of the thing.
That show is strange. You start out, and when these people have had a chip or device, whatever you want to call it, implanted in the brain, and none of them report to work at the same time. They all have a staggered schedule. When you walk into the building and you sign in and you walk through this doorway, it like zaps your little chip and you basically become another person, so to speak, that you don't remember your outside life. You were just programmed that you're going to be there for 8 hours. You can work on whatever top secrets you want to, but when you go back out of that doorway to leave later, you forgot what you did at work. You got a job and you're not supposed to remember, but it's like two separate beings within one with that chip. It's just weird. I was like an episode and a half in. I'm like, I can't watch this. This is just insanity. But
One
the
thing,
sad thing is,
one
we
thing,
make
I,
money today.
one thing I am going to start or finish watching. I haven't watched all the telepathy tapes yet. I wanted to finish watching those. And
I'm on my
yeah,
second
for
run.
those of
I
you
don't
that
want to listen to these things the second time.
are wondering, let's see, is there anything here? Oh, it's down here. We will be doing more. Can't show that right now. We will be doing more uh, related things like that. How the Bible talks about that we should be all of one mind, and there's many ways you could look at that scripture, of course, but we will be doing more of it. And just to go ahead and tell you, the image that I had drawn the first time was a flower. It was of a simple, like a daisy, kind of like a daisy flower, and it was on a yellow piece of paper. So it was a yellow flower, basically a simple circle in the middle with petals from there. But we will be doing some more experimenting, um, and here very soon. But for now, actually, we're going to go ahead and wrap ourselves up today. We over an hour and a half, and I appreciate all y'all guys checking out the video. I'm going to take the first part of this show and cut out the intro and then cut off the back part, and I'm going to put that center part where I explained all that I explained in the beginning. I'm going to put it out as a standalone video, and I'll be doing more of that kind of stuff. You've probably already been seeing some of it in shorts and things like that, but I'll be doing that. Keep in mind, we don't always hit it, but we're trying to do Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 2 o'clock Eastern time. So Eastern U.S. time, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And probably will expand a little bit more past that, hopefully, in the near future, too. And I wanted to say thank you for Miss Kim being here, helping me out in the background, Roxy being here, helping me out on stage, and also Leslie for hanging out in the lobby area, you might say, hanging out and observing because she's looking
Rocky,
to help
are you
someone.
wanting to talk? I keep seeing Rocky Shepherd down there. He said you should have an open panel. I'm assuming you want to be on the show. You got something you want to talk about?
You can, if you want to be on the show. It's pretty easy to make that likely happen, and all it is just send me a text and let me know, or go to the website and request an appearance. You can do it from both places if you want
And we
to.
also do off-air conversations too, guys. If you got something you want to talk about, want to have an intellectual conversation about something, we do some that we don't do live. We tape
Yeah,
them off air.
yeah. So we don't have to be live to have your conversation, but we do tend to record as much as we can because it's the only product we have, if you call it product. Okay, our videos, our words, what we show, investigate, teach, sometimes is what we do. So we try to record as much of it as we can, even if we aren't live. But yeah, that's the phone number. Or
Yeah,
you
Rob, text us on that, and maybe we can line up a private conversation. And if you want to do it live, I mean, we can have a conversation before everybody. If you want to have a private conversation, we try to set those up on Tuesdays and Thursdays to kind of like prelim for our shows, so we're not just winging it when we come on here. Believe it or not, there's a lot of planning that goes into this chaos. You don't on the cell phone, email me, Bubba.
yeah.
Email. We got email,
I,
we got
I don't
text.
cell phone. How in the world are you watching? That's good though. If you can live without one, that's probably a good thing. Rocky. Yeah. Just thinking here if there's anything else I missed. I guess that's about it. So, with that being said, guys, thank you for being here today. And yeah, we are talking to the guy that was related to Admiral Burke, and he may be making an appearance in one way or another here very soon. So yeah, we're in conversation. I love you guys. Appreciate everybody being here, including all the people in the comments. Even if we don't completely see eye to eye on everything, I still appreciate you listening to my opinion. With that being said, we'll see you next time here on the Supernatural Show.